Hey guys, welcome back to the show. We're doing the Thursday night stream, which means it's time for It's Way Too Late with Alan Mosley, which we discussed earlier in the week. Mondays is going to be the It's Too Late community live stream. That's an opportunity for fans and supporters of the show to join me here on the program and talk about whatever is on anyone's minds. This past week we covered a lot of ground. Not really. It was mostly just drunk people wasting my time. But then on Wednesdays is It's Too Late with Alan Mosley. That was last night's show. And then Thursdays is It's Way Too Late, which is an opportunity for us to have another weekly live stream, but also to not only just interact with the audience, but maybe dig into things that we didn't get a chance to talk to or talk about on the show. Maybe talk about some news updates, which there was a big thing in the news today that happened a day too late to be on the show this week. And to kind of maybe have on some guests and have some long-form conversations. Unfortunately, producer extraordinaire Dave Wilimowski will not be with us this evening. I mean, he's not passed away or anything. He's just not going to be here. But I do have a couple of great friends who are here this evening. Guys, bless their hearts. These are the folks who are not only hosting the 4th annual It's Too Late live show, but they're also starting and cultivating a private venue outside of the hustle and bustle of Nashville, Tennessee, away from all the prying eyes and the needles and the masks. And on top of all that, they're trying to reinvigorate the music scene in this area and connect artists to venues that are resisting COVID craziness. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friends, Andrew and Camelia. Andrew, Camelia, welcome to the show.
I'm blessed to have such a good friend to make an introduction like that. Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you.
Well, you guys are doing so much. You know, you've got all these different initiatives going on at the same time. I just get on here and say bad words a few times a week, but you guys are actually, you know what? I dare say, truly the tip of the spear of the Liberty movement.
Oh, wow. That's I don't even know what to say to that. You know, it's not hard, I guess, to be impressive in this space, and so I will.
Boy, hold on. Yeah, there you go. You know, it's here. I was trying to build you up, but you know, you've shattered the immersion for the audience already. So I guess we're just gonna move right on from that. Before we get into all the awesome stuff that you guys are doing, I wanna get a little bit personal for a minute, if you guys would allow. So there was this event going on down in Orlando back in October of 2021. It was the Tom Woods 2000th. And I had been to the Tom Woods 1000th. I actually was in Orlando anyway at the time. And it was right around the time that we did episode 1 of the Gold Standard, which would eventually become It's Too Late. And so, but this time around, you know, everything crazy going on in the world. We're back in Tennessee. Flights are getting canceled. They're making everybody wear face diapers. And I'm like, well, I've got like VIP tickets to this thing, but I don't know if I'm gonna go. My car is a rickety piece of crap, whatever. And I get this message from this random Fed on Twitter that says we'll help you get down there, and it turns out it's Camelia and her boyfriend Andrew who said, "Well, we're going down there, and not only that, we're from Middle Tennessee." And I got to be honest with you, it gets a little lonely around here because this is neocon central, which I'm sure you guys have probably noticed a little bit. Not exactly the heartland of libertarianism in this part of the country, I would dare say. But it was good to find out that there were like-minded people in the area. And so these are the folks who rescued me and brought me back to Tennessee from Orlando, Florida.
What was that TV show Rescue Me with? I'm like the firefighter.
Who was that actor?
Dennis something.
Dennis Leary.
Dennis
Leary.
Leary, yeah.
Yeah. I've always thought you're just like Dennis Leary, Andrew.
A lovable asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the neocon thing, it's kind of true. Hickman County actually has more defense contractors than any other county in Tennessee. And we hear the helicopters fly above our house every night.
Yeah.
It's just like New York City where we escaped from.
Well, that was going to be my next thing. So you guys are recent refugees. I guess not terribly recent anymore. I mean, you've been here for a minute, but recent refugees from New York, not just New York City. Ugh. And I've been to New York City one time in my life, but that was 2002 because it was the spring right after the unfortunate event. And but I imagine you, who is much more familiar with that area than I am, would probably tell me that New York City was a tad bit different that when I saw it than maybe before, but it's a whole lot different now than even then. So tell us a little bit about you guys coming into Tennessee.
Well, you know, I think the way I would start is just by pointing out that I was born in New York City and was raised there during the crack epidemic. And that was fine. You know, that was...
Yeah, it was.
But lockdowns was not fine. And, you know, it kind of just single-handedly killed the entire remnant culture of New York. Not just the city, mind you, but all the other parts of it, too, outside of the city and the suburbs areas, too, that also were important. So, like, there was nowhere to run. And, you know, I guess what happened? I got laid off from my job, nearly died of sepsis, and got assaulted in my face, all within the span of like 2 months. And I knew one day I was going to leave New York anyway and go down south because I went to Indiana University. I kind of liked that region of the country anyway. Mm-hmm. And Camelia here, you're from North Carolina.
I sure am.
I don't think she was really tolerant of New York either at that point. So it was an easy choice for us to make to leave.
Yeah, it really was, because I had only been there for like 4 years and I moved there for work. And the whole time I was just like, this fucking sucks. I hate it. But then I met him and he was like, what are you talking about? New York's awesome. But he would try to show me all these things. And then like they were like not like he remembered. It was like already deteriorating. And then the COVID stuff hit. And he had appendicitis, right, in April of 2020, and we weren't able to go to the hospital. It's honestly, it's very unsafe to be. I mean, there's lots of reasons to leave the cities, but like just the way they're running the hospitals is like, it's terrifying. So, also whenever they let us go to get a CT scan, they acted like they were doing us like a huge favor. And I just like telling people this because I think it's interesting, but every time someone was discharged from the hospital with COVID, everyone would stop what they were doing and clap to this Black Eyed Peas song that played over the intercom in the hospital that we went to for his CT scan. And it was just really eerie. It was
psychopathic.
It's going to be a good night or whatever. It was really, really, really creepy. So don't go to the hospital or New York, I think, is the takeaway.
That was Columbia Presbyterian, the same hospital where Dave Smith had to bring his baby boy to get heart surgery. So like there's deranged psychopaths like in some of the highest institutions in New York. And I guess that was always the case, but they were much better at hiding it before.
Oh, yes.
You know,
yeah.
I used to have seasons tickets to the Met Opera. And I would see these people everywhere. And, I would go every year. And, after a couple of months of going through COVID, I decided, well, even if they do reopen, I'm never, ever, ever, ever going to go anywhere where people like that are and are funding things like that again, because they nearly let me die. It's the same people funding the hospital and the Met Opera in New York. And that's when I realized my life was a lie, and everything that I believed in, New York City was like the epitome of it. And yeah, I had to leave. It was time.
Well, I know that that's been a common story for a lot of people, and I think for a lot of people who were holdouts for a long time, and you can, I mean, I'm sure everybody's kind of got their own like personal story. I think for a lot of people, it was, you got your rosy colored glasses on of, well, this is the place that I remember. It'll go back to that. Like I think a lot of us even now all over the country, myself included, I remember, we had our episode 100 show, and that was March 2020. And so in March, that was kind of that weird gray area of, it was all over the news and people were starting to panic. And it's not, people weren't panicking because they were seeing corpses in the street. They were panicking because they were being told to panic. I think a lot of people kind of have that default opinion of, well, I don't like Fox News and I don't like CNN, but if they both tell me to run and hide, then there must be, like where there's smoke, there's a fire, right? So people are panicking. And we had people, we had a lot of people come to the show, and I'm really grateful. We had some other people who were slated to come who said, I don't know if it's the right thing for me to do. I've got young children. What am I going to do if I go get sick and then bring it home and that sort of thing? But even then, even when you're getting to March, April, May, June, July, August, deep into summer, heading into fall of that year, I remember doing a show in like June and telling the audience then, oh, this is going to be over soon. Just because in my life experiences, whenever something retarded is going on in the news and the media or whatever, they can only keep the narrative going for so long, right? Before people just, not even that necessarily people change their minds. People just get tired of it and want to change the channel. And so there's just only so much gas behind some of these things. And yet, here we are in January of 2022, and I was only slightly off when it comes to saying that, oh, this can't last much longer. Do you feel like, because obviously you guys are here now, but was it the health scare? Was it seeing the hospitals? Was that sort of like the final catalyst, or did you just look around your community and be like, not only is it gone, but I feel confident it won't come back?
Well, I'll say this about the community. It was dwindling, and I was making a lot of awareness of that to everyone I was around at that time, and no one really paid much mind to it. And like around 2015, I remember just feeling so worn down by all the woke culture that was going on in, I guess, Lower Manhattan mostly. And I just thought back to like my teenage years, and I remember all the Iraq War protests that New York had. And I remember how I used to get along really well with the leftists and the anarchists because there was a lot of overlap of views, because we weren't all crazy psychopaths and trying to, win everyone's attention. We actually tried to think issues through, and we came to different conclusions, but some conclusions we came to were the same. And so I was able to associate with those people, and it wasn't mind numbing, and it wasn't bad for my health. And now, those people are just not in New York anymore. And so the culture is completely disintegrated. And that's why I left, because I always held out for the fact that there were people in New York who were like New Yorkers, but most of the people in New York City now are, I guess, finance and lawyer bros. They're mostly transplants. They don't have that culture in them, and they don't value it. And so once all the anarchist bookstores went away and all that stuff, I was very aware that my time there was limited. I wanted to make more money before I went down to the South. I kind of had to do it early. But, I made the decision based on the fact that, like, I had no alignment with people anymore in Brooklyn, which is crazy to think about. I was a big, I was very involved in like the jazz scene out there, and I can't talk to any of those people anymore. It's kind of like something has erected a big wall in between me and a lot of the other people that I used to really like and care for in New York. So,
Well, and if you take away the culture, it's basically just a very expensive prison.
Yeah.
Like that's all that's left. And so it's you don't even miss it when you move down here because none of it exists anymore. So and everyone's nice here and it's great.
Yeah.
Well, that was the thing I was going to ask you, Camelia, specifically, is that so your story is slightly different. You know, you're pursuing professional opportunities, and you know, there's a lot of people out there that, depending on the field of work they might be relocating somewhere. But I think, you know, in generations past, it was always kind of the trade-offs of, you know, if you're from a small town, or, you know, in our case, you're from the Southeast, you're going to move to a big city somewhere. You know, there's those trade-offs of, well, you're going to get more opportunity, perhaps, maybe you're going to make more money, but you're also going to have perhaps a higher cost of living, you know, to live in that area, or you're going to have to commute hours every day. But then there's also the trade-offs of, well, there, you know, stress and hustle and bustle might be high, but you should be benefiting from that culture that Andrew was talking about. You know, there should be an identity there. You know, I know people even to this day that are still holding out in some major metros around the country because and part of them tells themselves, well, I just can't, you know, I'm here now. I'm a member of this community. It's hard for me to imagine not just leaving, but being somewhere else and then not having my favorite place and not having this neighborhood and not having this venue. But I guess that decision becomes a lot easier when you realize, well, I don't have it now. It's already gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those systems have failed. So I feel like a lot of people are like, I want to go down with the ship, I want to fight, but we need to make something better. Like that's the only solution. It's not, you can't, the city, I think we just need to cut our losses on the cities, frankly.
Yeah. I mean, you know, when you're staying in the city to fight, I think what you're doing is you're fighting to bring it back to 2019. But if I were going to stay and fight for New York City, I would have wanted to bring it back to, I don't know, the mid 90s or something like that.
Yeah.
So it wasn't going to happen. Like, I mean, the phrase I've been using, it's like eating nachos without any cheese. You know, that's what New York is with the mandates and the lockdowns. It goes from first world to third world, frankly. And it shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, the big question I had at that point when I finally made that realization was, why the hell am I paying 50% of my income to live here in taxes? You know, that's the big insult, I think, about living in New York, is that on top of all this crap, they're bleeding you dry fiscally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're subsidizing your own tyranny. Which I mean, technically for the hardcore neckbeards out there, you're doing that anywhere you are. But for a place like in New York, I mean, you're subsidizing the destruction of what you once loved. You know, when you're seeing those out of business signs going up and the windows being boarded, you're like, wow, I'm paying for them to go out of business. I can't live with myself. But let's turn to something a little bit more positive. So you guys are in Tennessee now. I'll ask you that question really quickly before we move on to some of the things you guys are involved in. How specifically, because I'm going to be honest with you, Andrew, I've been promoting in the private group. Hey, we're doing the show. It's going to be at this place. It's going to be awesome. It's in this place called Aqua, Tennessee. And everybody says, am I going to hear banjos when I go out there? And the answer is yes. Yes, you will. But you just look ahead. You just keep your hands on the steering wheel, and you'll be there at the venue. It's going to be great. How did you guys wind up Aqua, Tennessee?
Well, Aqua, which is it stands for the good water, I think in Portuguese, is an unincorporated community. And so when I found property in Aqua, Tennessee, and I looked up that area of Tennessee, I discovered that it was a group of people who used to exist in the Nashville metro area, but then in the 70s literally voted their government away and reincorporated into part of Hickman County, which is right next to, I think, the highest taxed part of Tennessee, Williamson County, which is the family. That was the one with all the families screaming about the kids in masks back in the summer. And so, anyway, I looked at this Aqua place and I was like, this is pretty cool. I've never heard of someone literally dissolving away their own government. And then when I came down, I went to this part of Middle Tennessee. The thing I realized was that the people are unlike anything I've ever experienced before. I mean, I've been to every continent on the planet. I've traveled quite a bit. I've never met people that are as friendly and nice as the people in Middle Tennessee. And so when I was running out of New York with like my head on fire, just trying to find anything close to sanity, Bon Aqua really stood out, not just as something that was like going to be better. It really felt ideal. And yeah, let me tell you, man, ever since I've been out here, my life has changed like remarkably. And, kind of like Michael Malice has been talking about too on his move, it feels like I've just left like a 30-year-long abusive relationship. And that Bon Aqua, Tennessee was like this place that just had these open arms, and it's just been incredible. Like no one's making me do anything to do stuff I want to do. And that's quite a change from what I'm used to.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I love Tennessee now, I gotta say. I also know what the 3 stars are on the flag. I just learned that.
Yeah.
You got, East Tennessee.
Correct.
And Middle Tennessee and
Correct.
West Tennessee.
Yes.
And that's why it's the 3 stars on the flag. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I just want to tell just a really, really quick side story that it's so funny that you mentioned the 3 stars on the Tennessee state flag, which is correct. The 3 stars are for East, Middle, and West Tennessee. Did you know that I went to school in Maryville College in East Tennessee, the first time. And I went to school with a guy who, I mean, this is like a valedictorian of his class and yada, yada, yada dude. And he's originally from Oak Ridge, where they had the nuclear stuff, out in East Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And this guy had no idea why there were 3 stars on the flag. In fact, he wouldn't know why there's 3 stars because in his mind there was two sections of Tennessee. It was East and West. In his mind, it was everything from the plateau east was east and everything else was west. And I had to explain to this 19-year-old boy in long detail that the 3 stars are for east, middle, and west, and that west and middle are 2 different sections. And why are you pretending the Middle Tennessee doesn't exist when that's where the fucking capital is?
Right.
He honestly had no idea what I was talking about. That was a guy that was first in his class, by the way. I'm just saying.
I mean, could it be the nuclear radiation or something?
I mean, if it is, then at least he won't have children, right?
Hey, good point.
Well, I'll ask Camelia really quick before we move on. You're originally from North Carolina. So, I mean, that's not terribly different than this part of the country, right?
No, it's not. But it is weird. So I'm from Durham, North Carolina, and I expected it to be like my parents lived in Knoxville for a little while, and I've spent like my grandparents are in Indiana. It's like a few hours away from here. So I've spent time in this area, but everyone is really nice here. Like it's like out of hand. I don't know what it is. Like, it's very like notable that people are much nicer here. Even in North Carolina, everyone was very nice in North Carolina, but it's really great. Like everyone's really welcoming. I was really nervous, like especially like I still have a New York driver's license, and I like expect people to like think I'm a communist and like punch me in the face whenever they hear I'm from New York. But like everyone's just so nice to us here. So it's. Yeah, I miss to the South, but this is like the South plus. Like it's great. I love it.
And New Yorkers don't deserve this nice treatment. I mean, frankly, all we've done to the world is terrorize it and make everyone else deal with our problems. Yeah. And so it's not like it's even really all that well deserved. So
yeah, like people should be mean to us.
Yeah, New York sucks.
I've always said that. Yeah. Well, that's that's kind of a whole little side story right there of. It's understandable that a lot of people's concern. Now, I'm not saying that because someone moves in next door that has a out-of-state license plate that you should, leave a burning cross in their yard or anything. But I understand people's concern of, well, what does that mean? I live in an area where there's been a tremendous amount of growth, and this was a relatively modest town, 15, 20 years ago. And a place that used to have like 15,000 people now has 100,000 people. That's a tremendous change culturally, not just physically, but culturally. A lot of people like to talk about, well, that's going to mean jobs and that's going to mean, economic changes. But it also means that the culture of a place can violently shift in a very short period of time. And so I understand a lot of people having concerns such as, well, between the financial bubble and mass migration, now, property used to be X here and now it's Y, and it's, property values have gone up 2, 3, 4 times, and I used to could live here and now I can't afford to live here. Or people who would say, well, are these people coming here because they're fleeing something, or are they going to bring their problems with them? That's always the thing you hear. Are these people going to bring their politics with them and then say, "Oh no, whatever could have happened when the new shithole turns into the old shithole." I'm not. I know you guys aren't like that because you left for specific reasons and you came to this place because you want it to be different. But I know that, I'm not necessarily even saying you guys are an exception to the rule. I would like to think the best of everybody, but we know that that's also not the case. Even Tennessee, as an example, I had predicted 10 or 15 years ago, long before COVID was a thing, that, Tennessee has been a red state as long as I've been alive, but I can see it turning purple before our eyes because the populations of Memphis, Nashville, and Knoxville are getting really big, and those are really, really blue districts. Do you guys have any friends and compatriots that have moved to different parts of the country where you think to yourself, I'm glad they got out, but I'm also hope they don't come with me, if that makes sense?
Most of the people in New York I knew were people that I could definitely be friends with there. But if they were to come and follow me to Bon Aqua with the views that they had, I would have been bothered by that. I think, we are a bit of a special case, I'd say, from the way that we did flee. But this is also why we didn't want to live in the Nashville metro area, because we kind of knew that California and New York was going to come and invade Nashville at some point. And I think that's already starting to happen, as you've indicated. I'm not really sure what we do about that, but I gotta say, man, it's only friends here in Bon Aqua. I haven't seen anything progressive or liberal in any respect yet. There's jokes on the coffee shop on Highway 100 near us, making jokes about Jussie Smollett and stuff. I don't know. It's
well, this reminds me of when we first moved here. My physical therapist was like, "Oh, my friend just moved to Bon Aqua and she moved here from California and she's in music, and they do shows at their farm and you would get along with her really well." And so I looked her up on Instagram, and it was all these posts about how she had to make sure her kid wore a mask to school. And I was just and then there's this thing where it's I forget the words they use, but it's basically they're doing farming, but they have to make sure they're not that kind of farming. It's called it's a way for leftists to be
homesteaders,
but they don't, but still look down on the working class. It's gross. It's very how it's trendy to homestead, but you don't have to participate in those values or just put any thought into what sort of principles, why it's better out here than it was in the city you fled. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, but you can get away from those people.
Yes.
What's amazing about Bon Aqua is that you can move around and you can get, those people are not near you. We choose who we associate with, and it's a very free association. We have a farmer that we get our meat from, our beef guy. Mm-hmm. We bought half a cow from him, and we just kind of went and talked to him, and that's how we ended up doing it. And if we had people around us that had shitty ideas like that, it's easy enough to just stay away from, that one street,
yes.
in Bon Aqua.
Yeah.
But frankly, I'm still in the position where I feel like I really need to justify myself being here because, you take one look at me and I'm not from here.
Yeah.
So, because I'm one of those Ashkenazi people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think they all know it.
Yeah. Well, Andrew, we have this new thing on the show where we have a scale, and the scale goes from personable to problematic. And so we're trying to be more personable on the show and less problematic. And getting Alan to tell Jew jokes, that's problematic. So we're trying to be less problematic on the show.
We have to stay on Twitch. That's the goal. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't it be funny if they banned us for saying Jew because they just assume it's going to be used in a negative connotation?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Just take them all. I don't care. The Jews, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. As long as we don't get into things like, well, if you look at those pictures, those smokestacks, just there's yeah. So
The
anyway,
Holocaust happened. It's just that it happened more to the Russians than the Jews.
look, you see the live chat. People are already saying, Alan, that's problematic. So we gotta stay on course. So I want to say one last thing before we move on to the next topic is to kind of put a bow on that point. Is you talk about the culture shock and the change in culture and people relocating and stuff like that. But I remember again being a kid and growing up in the late 80s and then 90s and early 2000s. If you ever watched anything on mainstream TV, whether it be a sitcom or a drama or whatever, every sitcom, if there was a Southern character, they were the bumbling idiot. They were the racist, guy stuck in the past. If it was Family Guy and there was something about the South, they were retards. If it was a drama, oh, they're racists. And I mean, but this predated by a decade or two, kind of the modern era of wokeism. That was just always the thing. And it reminded me, there was a story that Jeff Dice told, when I talked to him, which was, of course, the Mises Institute's in Auburn, Alabama, which is in Alabama. And of course, I mean, don't get me wrong, we're in Tennessee. We look down our noses at Alabama. I mean, come on, there's you got to draw the line somewhere. But what I'm getting at is that he had told the story about how when he was a bit younger and he was leaving the days of being a chief of staff and working in DC behind him, and he was moving on and he was starting his new life with the Mises Institute. He was moving to Alabama. And he had his trendy friends, his Beltway friends that were all saying, "Oh my God, Jeff, what are you doing? You're just committing cultural and socio-political and economic suicide. Why would you do that?" And wouldn't you know, fast forward 20 years, and some of those same people who scoffed and laughed because he was ruining himself by moving his family to those sticks are now asking him how property values are looking. Mm-hmm. Funny thing that. Can you see kind of where I'm going at with that?
Oh yeah, man. I mean, look, first of all, Jeff Dice is such a god. I mean, like, to have seen it coming so early and to have positioned the Mises Institute as he did back then, that was really some foresight there. I think yeah. I mean, we're not, I don't think, going to see much of a property value decrease around here. I think Nashville is like the number 6 hottest house market right now. And we are still sort of nearby. And so we're getting a lot of people in Aqua that are being pushed out of Nashville. So I think, we have a long way to go before this place really gets bled dry. But I mean, look, I've lived through 2 or 3 different rounds of gentrification myself. And I do kind of like see the evidence of it all around, not to mention the least of which is the fact that we're here, which in itself is sort of that, in practice. And so, yeah, I don't know. Like I'm really hoping that we're going to be able to keep Tennessee the way it is, because I came for the Tennessee that we have now and not the one that we might have in 10 or 15 years. But
well, also, like, to what you were saying with like the culture, like convincing people that everyone in the South is backwards, I feel like growing up in the South, I did feel like, I don't know why, like I was very susceptible to that. Like I thought I needed to move to the city in order to really make it or whatever. And I really took a lot of that stuff for granted. Like, I went to school in the mountains and it was beautiful. And where I grew up, it was, there was a great music scene and it was a really nice area. But I took all of it for granted. And it wasn't until we came back down from New York that I really understood, like people are doing it right here. Like, they really, I don't know. I don't want to be like too conspiratorial, but it feels like an op that they're convincing people to stay away from these areas where people are just really like, doing it right and happy. And yeah,
they lie to us.
Yeah, it feels like a trick. Like, they tricked us into thinking everyone down here was a moron when people were just living the way you're supposed to live down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's I don't know if there's a phrase for it. I mean, I know what gentrification is, but I think there's a I think that it's sort of like it's almost like a tragedy of the commons type of a situation where, gentrification or just the economic development of an area, on the front end, that's always painted as a good thing, that's going to improve the lives of the people in that community. And it's not that that's not true or can't be true. It's more that what often then happens is the community that was there is not around to see it.
Right.
It's
Right.
it's I mean and you see that in life sometimes. I mean part of the human existence is striving to build great things that you and I might not get to see completed, but that are there for our children or our children's children or whatever. But this is a little bit more of a nefarious way of going about it, than a community coming together saying we want to do X. I think what happens more often than not is it's just circumstance and population and economic development, where there's a community of people that sort of get lost in there, where it's not like they voted and said, oh yeah, let's bring in 400% more people and then burn down the town square. Like, they didn't vote on that and it just happened. And I can kind of see it here. I was born and raised in Columbia, Tennessee, and this is a way different place today than it was when I was a little kid. And I mean, when I was a little kid, a Saturn plant opened right down the road in Spring Hill. Of course, Saturn's gone. Now it's just a GM plant. And so you had this huge influx of people from Detroit, from different places around the country, that were coming in and working at this factory. And that instantly, I mean, Spring Hill was just a red light. There was nothing there. And now it's like Franklin, and Franklin's like Nashville. It happened relatively quickly. And the same thing with Columbia. And so I kind of see the sadness from some of the older population who are like, well, I'm not just sad because the world is different now that I'm, in my old age. But I can't find it. Like, I can't even go anywhere, and then you get pushed out. So now those outlying communities that were literally just rolling hills are now where the Colombians live that used to live downtown. And then they, you push out further and further and further. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is thanks a lot, Andrew.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
this is the thing. I come here from I work in the tech sector. I work like a remote job, a startup, and I get a Silicon Valley salary, man. And it is sort of ludicrously unfair, the position that I've been put in relative to what's going on here. But so you're right that it is circumstantial, dude. It is. But like at the same time, the people that are in the cities now, it's closing in on them, and it's quickly going to become something where you won't have the ability to flee anymore. I don't think. Like, they're getting pretty close to being able to kind of just wrestle total control over the people in the major cities. And so I think that there's actually going to be a natural limit to this. Luckily, I might be one of the last assholes that you have to meet in this regard, because I think as big tech continues to grow and grow, we're going to see less mobile people.
Well, I think what may happen eventually is, the true hardcore progressive types that they would never demean themselves by moving to the South or the Midwest or whatever. Those people are going to continue to congregate in Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, New York. And you know what? Bless them. Good on them for sticking it out and making their communities the best they can be. But we're going to be down here, and as Michael Malice would say, our ideological self-segregation is coming along nicely.
Because those people, they want to live in Sex and the City anyway, man. And that's never the world I wanted to be in the first place.
Well, Sex and the City was an op to lure everyone out of the country into the big city.
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to point out really quick, because this is a live stream. While you guys were talking, I typed in chat, hey, if you guys have some questions for Andrew and Camelia, let me know. And since then, it's just been emote spam.
I've seen the emojis, yeah.
Yeah. This whole Twitch thing was a bad idea. I can already see.
I was saying that when I used to work at Amazon, they fucking bought Twitch while I was still there. And when they said that they bought it for like $1 billion, I remember just cracking up. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's great that you can leverage it, man, but like, yeah, it's a downgrade, I think, from what we used to have. Like public access cable channels, I think in general had much better. Maybe present company would be the exception, but I don't see any engaging content on Twitch besides this show.
Well, okay, we've got our first thing that's technically in the form of a question. Adam Sakosan writes, "There's sex in the city? That's terrible, but what city?" He's just curious.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, look, the Bronx is going to have it, and Brooklyn is going to have it in the poorer areas, because there is, frankly, a lot more flexibility if you're in certain parts of the community. There are parts of Brooklyn, New York, that were living like there was no lockdown at all for the whole year of 2021.
So Adam, you go to a place that's a tourist trap, like in Orlando, because if you're staying in the hotels around the airports, that's where you're going to have all those cheating spouses that are away from their significant other. There you go.
You're going to get a lot of welfare queens if you go to the Bronx, so I would stay away from that.
Yeah. So I'm glad we could help, Adam. Anyway, so we're going to move on. I'm actually going to start with Camelia because I love music. I once thought that I was good at music. I've been corrected since then. You come down here. You've worked in the music industry, but even though you're here, and we'd like to think that here culturally is a better place than San Francisco or New York. But God, first of all, for people who are not familiar with the Tennessee area, Nashville is like LA East. That's what people around here call it now, because Nashville is far from the quaint southern city that it was 10, 20, 30 years ago, or not even that long ago. And as I can attest, and I'm not going to sing my sob story again on the show, Blake and I, the arts and entertainment industries have been some of the hardest hit when it comes to the mass psychosis that the fact checkers say totally doesn't happen and doesn't exist. And you being someone who's worked in that industry, you can see that and you're thinking to yourself, well, we're here. What can we do to make it better? It's not going away. We haven't woke up yet and found that pandemic over, hang the banner, mission accomplished. Life hasn't gone back to normal quite just yet. So what are you trying to do to help artists in the music industry?
So, like as you mentioned, I didn't entirely understand how widespread the COVID stuff with shows was. When we were in New York, I kind of thought once we moved away, it would be better. But then being down here and realizing that it's not just the government mandating these mandates its shows, it's the promoter, it's the venue, it's the band's virtue signaling, it's them being scared of feedback or their fans getting mad at them, and that sort of thing. And it's just like it's a really complicated problem because also, you're worried about your fans, you're worried about the other people in your band, and there's just so many problems associated with like what's happened with the COVID stuff and live performance. And so at first I started trying to, and I'm still trying to do this, just highlight venues that aren't enforcing mandates, and highlighting musicians. I've been doing interviews with different musicians that are talking about like their experience with everything over the past few years with regards to the COVID stuff and a lot of the changes with free speech and expression and music in general. And I think the real like best way forward, at least like where I am right now with the project, is just building a community of like-minded people. So maybe we can host house shows, or like you can host a show at like a non-traditional venue. I'd still definitely like to eventually make a list of venues that are willing to fight back against mandates, but I don't think we necessarily need to like align ourselves with like traditional tour routing, because it's just what used to exist in the music industry, I think, was just already like pretty broken anyways. So I think we just need to like brainstorm, build a community, start talking about how this affects musicians. Like have musicians not feel selfish to talk about how this has destroyed their life, like how depressed it's made them, how important live performance was to them, not shaming people for playing shows. There's just so much to do, and I'm just trying to find like-minded people. I want to just help in any way that I can, but I'm just getting started, so that's why it's not very concise. And I could talk about like just music and how the sad state of it, but I'm really optimistic because it's an opportunity for us to build something better, build back better, if you will.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Well, it's a tricky thing because I know that there's people, even in our own little ideological part of the world, I know that there's a lot of people out there that kind of have this sort of vapid response of, well, just make it yourself. Just do your own thing. Just be independent. Start that side hustle. Just, don't go support these places that do these things. But there's a lot of industries, and entertainment is one of them, where, yeah, that's really easy to say, but if you literally don't have anywhere to walk in and plug in your guitar, you're done. That's it. And while it's true that, I mean, it's better to be alive now than at any time before, where you've got the internet and you've got social media, and it's so easy for complete retards to have a home studio and broadcast a show or whatever. But if you're somebody that's just trying to pay the bills or living week to week or whatever, or you're a young artist just starting out and you have no following and you're trying to get out there, for years, the victory path there was you go to a place like Nashville and you're nobody, but you're going down to the venues, you're going down to Broadway, you're playing wherever they'll allow you to play, and you're networking to get opportunities to showcase your craft. And sometimes it took a lot more of that footwork than it ever did plucking any strings. But now, in the environment we live in, if that piece of it has been deleted, it's like, look, you can play music all night. We're just going to take away all of this networking and all of these venues and all the places where musicians and managers and whatever can congregate. It's like, well, Jesus, now what? I mean, you're leaving people, and look, I'm not an expert marketeer. I certainly don't claim to be, but you're leaving people who maybe their talents are in music, their talents aren't in commercial development, or marketing, and they're just lost. They're like, well, Jesus, where do I even begin now in this environment?
Yeah, I mean, if I could say, I actually went to music school, for college. I studied at an intense classical music conservatory, and nothing is a better way to get all the evidence you need to never pursue a career in music, because frankly, there's not a better way to study what you love and end up hating it. When I went to school, I saw that music is much more than plucking strings, like you said. It's also much more than social, right? You can't divorce the foot game from being a musician. And it's also the case that, say, in classical music, you can't divorce the fact that you have access to an enormous concert hall or some sort of sophisticated space that you can use to play your symphonies and stuff, right? And so when you think about it, those are requirements to do that music. It's not a nice to have, And when you make that realization, you see music is sort of special with humans, right? We're really evolutionarily ingrained with music in a way that no other art can compete with. And because of that, I think it just kind of entrenches upon so many other parts of life. So like if life radically changes, suddenly the music will too. And that's why there's literally been no music released in 2 years that's any good. How do you do it? Everyone's got to really take time to adjust to this. The new environment's not very musically friendly.
No.
So.
Yeah, well, it's like that whole, not to be a super Austrian neckbeard or anything, but this goes back to the whole seen and the unseen. And the unseen, I feel, is like there's a whole generation of new artists and creativity that just got deleted.
Yeah.
They're just gone. And while there may be exceptions to that rule, but by and large, we just deleted a generation of art. And we'll just never know. I mean, I'm a blues rock guy and a jazz guy, and maybe the next Stevie Ray Vaughan was coming up, and he didn't jive with COVID mandates, and so now he's selling insurance, and that's just the end of that story. And I can't help but imagine that there's a lot of stories like that all around the country. Which just makes it that much greater that you're doing what you're doing to try to connect people. Camelia, I did have one question for you before we moved on. Are you familiar? Have you guys met or talked to Dan Hagen?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have an interview with him that I'm posting on our blog soon. So yeah, and then he had that great interview on Tom Woods where he talked about a lot of these problems as well. So yeah, I think like the main thing now is just been trying to build community, because I think when people say they're shadow banned, that's like a cop out and that's bullshit. But I do think people talking about this stuff online it's harder to reach people. And then also like a lot of people are just being quiet. And so I think like just like a gentle way to connect like-minded fans with musicians is like really, really needed. Like maybe someone, like there's safety in numbers. Like once I get more musicians speaking up against this, then I'm hoping more and more people will feel more comfortable being like, yeah, this is ridiculous. And so that's kind of the goal. And that's what I've been doing I've been doing like weekly interviews with different musicians. In addition to us and some of our friends writing little tutorials about just like how to do different things that would help musicians on their own.
It's a little bit of that like prisoner's paradox, isn't it? Where, you could be a musician who absolutely believes the way you and I believe, but they're also, kind of sticking their finger in the wind and listening to the places that they frequent and their fans. And they're like, if I go out tomorrow and write a protest album about how masks are wrong, I'm dead. I will never work in this town again. But obviously, if everyone does that, then that will persist forever. And so, I in the new year, I've told people this. I'm trying to be more, we're trying to be more personable, less problematic, and I'm trying to be more generous in my evaluation of people. In that, it's easy for me to say, well, you're just going to have to put your money where your mouth is and stand up. But it's easy for me to say that and then say, all right, good luck, buddy. And then they're out of my life and then they lose everything. It's and you want to support those people, but it's a numbers game sometimes. It's like, well, if I can make a comfortable living performing my craft and putting up with this, or I can risk everything hoping that 17 libertarians online pay my bills. You know what? A lot of people aren't going to take that risk.
Well, and there's people with the means to stand up, and that they're like uncancelable, as it were. So I think the more people that like actually aren't concerned about a financial hit stand up, then that leaves a little bit of like breathing room for the people who like really will be hurt financially, like would lose their job or something like that.
But sooner or later, it's probably going to be more economically beneficial to be canceled.
Yes, I mean,
because
it seems like it.
This is the thing, right? When you see all these people getting canceled, look at Louis C.K., right? He got canceled and he was like selling out Ticketmaster stadiums and stuff, right? And now I don't believe Ticketmaster will even work with him. And how many people are enriching themselves with Ticketmaster being a main payee? Who's getting a lot of money from them? It's like an ever shrinking list of old, terribly, past their prime musicians. When you think about it, like you mentioned Stevie Ray Vaughan earlier, I don't think we're even in a world where people value that idea of who's a good guitar player, right? Like it's not even, that's not even a thing that in today's world really matters, and that certainly isn't profitable. If you actually want to be good at something, you have to be willing, I think, to make your money doing something else. Because if you're actually good at something, the chances that you're going to be able to thrive monetarily off of just your creative output's kind of low. I mean, I've dealt with this personally. I've never been accepted. And frankly, when I was in New York, I would never get the grants, for music because I wasn't like fucked up enough. I didn't have like, I wasn't an amputee. I didn't have like a gender issue. I'm a white guy. Right. So because of that, I never was allowed to play shows at the places that did support like the avant-garde and computer music and the stuff that I do. The only way I was able to even make music for the last 11 years was by accepting I would never make $1 on it. But now the music feels a lot more natural to me.
Our 100th message tonight in the live chat is from Ryan Seifert, who asks, "Do you have to be somebody to get canceled, or can I get canceled too?" Ryan, your name and likeness has been on this program, so you're fucking done, buddy. It's you'll never work in this town again. It's over.
And he's not wrong,
Um,
dude. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Like, I'll just say, having worked in video streaming and in the technologies that are currently killing everything around us, you know, they have a list of every single person that's ever watched Alan's show, and they know a lot about those people. And it's not hyperbole; it's happening. I know it's happening.
right in that very moment, I go over and look at the live audience, and it just goes down to zero. It's thanks a lot, Andrew.
A great way to be canceled is to be watching this show. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I do want to say really quick before we move on to the next thing. If you look, Camelia can do it. If Camelia points to her right, you can see, because this is actually in their house. There's a giant letters that stand up in their house that say live donations, Patreon and PayPal. So you have to look down. Yeah. I need to be getting some notifications over here that we've got that I need to update the live tracker. Otherwise, we're just gonna kill the stream and go drink. I think that's what we're gonna just drown our sorrows. Ryan's got a crying emoji. Well, Ryan, you should have thought about that before you tried to get cute, huh? So yeah, we got it. More donations means more time with Andrew and Camelia for us to talk about the final solution. So anyway, we're gonna move on. So it's Andrew's turn. Andrew, before we do anything else, why the name Bon Aqua Computer Club?
Ah, yes. Well, I figured because it does seem as if there's basically nobody here that knows how to use a computer. So I figured I would stand out, if I named it something that, would give a friendly edge to something that many people might be skeptical of. Like, I'm really interested actually in building out kind of in a similar vein to what Camelia is doing. I'm looking to build out opportunities for people to kind of like use technology in a more subversive way out here. There's a lot of technological benefit that people could be extracting out here that they're not. Like, for example, everyone's John Deere tractor, when it breaks down, you got to pay some asshole $20,000 just to be able to unlock your tractor for you to be able to work on it. As an example, I want to hold a seminar here soon at the Bon Aqua Computer Club where people can bring their John Deere tractors and we'll hack into them, and we'll show other people how to do it so that they don't have to pay that ridiculous fee that, by the way, Bill Gates, being part owner of John Deere, instituted on the company about 10, 15 years ago, and the farmers hate it. And, if you think Facebook is a prison for people in the digital age, look at what they're doing to the rural communities out here with technology. All of the, black markets have moved onto Facebook and have become a gray market. There's just all these ways that big tech has plundered this region of the country in really horrific ways. And having worked in big tech and having left because I was asked to work on the Alexa and I found it so reprehensible that I couldn't do it. I have a lot of guilt about this, I guess. And I also feel very optimistic that the next wave of like computer nerds are going to be people out here in the so-called sticks, because they're going to have had the foresight to save the resources. They're going to remember a time where, internet wasn't really a cable news network like it is today. And, the cities have already decided, I'm fine with the new way things are, but I know that there's a lot of yearning for the old way out here. And I'm of the belief that it's actually a much more powerful way to be. So the Bon Aqua Computer Club is all about bringing the spirit of Bon Aqua, I guess, to your tech footprint, making you not relying on the cloud, not relying on Google, not relying on the other aspects of the world that are currently dissolving us. So that's the basic idea there. We've hosted a couple of cool things already at the space. We actually held a live podcast for Run Your Mouth, Robbie the Fire Bernstein's podcast. That was back in the summer. Very well attended. There's a sizable audience out here, actually, Alan. Like 40 or 50 people came out. So we're hoping to do more of that too. If you're in the area and you want to do something badass, and you want to have free space, hit me up. I'm all about it.
I think I think for June we have 426 people coming, all on separate mopeds. Is that fine? That should be fine, right?
That's great. There's a clearing in the woods,
Yeah,
so
you'll
they
have
can
to.
just throw their mopeds down there.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. I don't
There's a
know
lot of
if
trash
throw
up there, though.
I don't know if throw down there is really the language we want to use on the poster, but we'll talk about that. We
Who's
got
driving
time.
mopeds out here?
Who isn't?
Yeah. So, okay. Well, Andrew, really at the end of the day, the reason I brought that up at all is that, we've got some of our little flyers out there, and
That's right.
people have written me and said, "Did you get the address wrong? Like, did you link some random local computer repair shop by accident?" And I was like, "No, no, no. That's what the dude said. Is the name of the place. I promise you, it's a venue. I've physically seen it with my own eyes. It's going to be great."
If the authorities think it's a computer club, though, then they'll never come and break it up.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
well, I think it sounds cute and funny, but do you think it deters people from joining the Monaco Computer Club? Should we make something more racy? Do you have a better name?
Well, I mean, back when we had the studio, our event space was called the Party Room. You can't get more on the nose than that. Are you having a party? Put it in the room. That's it. It's just that easy. It's a party room. Boy, Blake is never going to be my friend again when he hears me saying this stuff. No, I mean, the thing is that it's not, it's kind of like if you're an entrepreneur or you have a property or you have an entertainment specific idea, it's kind of like you're waiting to see which way the winds are going to blow, because you hear all these people griping of, "Oh, I hate traffic. I hate rules and regulations. I don't like to be told what to do and mandates and all that stuff." And so then you provide this place, and it's like, well, if you build it, they will come, right? And that's a cute phrase from a movie, but when you actually do build it, will they actually come? I'm cautiously optimistic that they will, because it's a beautiful place, and there's endless opportunity for things that can be done there. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things that we can talk about here tonight is, ladies and gentlemen who are not familiar, these are the poor souls who are hosting the 4th annual It's Too Late live show, which you can see right there. You buy a ticket, I take your money, I just use it on whatever I want, and then I ask for more money to host the event. That's how that works. What do you guys think we should do? Because I've already told some people that I don't think we're actually going to do a show in like this. Like, we're not going to do this out there. I think we're just, in fact, I don't even think we're going to film anything. I think it's going to be like a you had to be there kind of a situation.
I was just about to buy a drone, though, to be able to film some drone shots of it. Should I save my money?
Well, we're definitely going to want to take some pictures, but it really boils down to, I don't know what kind of, because it is a show. It's even in the name, live show. There's going to be a show, but we have people coming from all over the country, you guys. We already have attendees confirmed from Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Maine, New York, Mississippi, Florida, East Tennessee, possibly Utah, Washington State. I mean, we've got people from all over the country that are coming, and they know that they're going to get dessert. They know that they're going to get food. They know that, the extra chromosomes are going to be running wild out there in that field that night, so they're going to be in good company. But so the last question is what kind of show are we going to give them? I haven't decided yet. I really haven't.
Andrew's really into catching shit on fire, so I would say at the least there will be a fire and
a controlled one.
And fireworks. Right?
Yeah, I've fallen in love with fireworks, so we're definitely getting a lot of those.
He looks like going to the fireworks store and flirting with the firework cashier.
She's pretty hot.
Yeah. So Ryan asks, do I have to wear a shirt? Now I don't want to answer for you guys. I've been telling people no shirt, no shoes, no service. Is that the rule at y'all's place?
No, I don't think so.
They can wear whatever they want.
Yeah, or not wear, but I guess don't give us any lawsuits, right? Just if you got big dong, don't let it hang too low, and get it caught on something.
Keep it clean.
Yeah, just make sure we don't get any insurance issues.
Yeah, no liability issues.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you guys are really not helping the situation at all with those comments. I mean, there's
going to say shirt, not pants. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be some people like bringing their families along. So,
well, yeah. I mean, in that case, don't do it.
Oh boy. Thanks a lot. I'm glad we're all of one mind.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of topless men that walk down our street every day. Figure.
I wouldn't say a lot.
At least one. In the summer.
Okay. Well, see, that's the other thing, is that in years past, we had our events basically corresponded to every 50 episodes. So we had an episode 50 show, we had an episode 100 show, we had an episode 150 show, and those all fell in the month of March. This year we decided, we're not going to do it as a show for like episode 200. It's a lot of work to do that. It's a lot of pre-production that goes into that. And it falls early enough in the year that, I mean, it's what's most likely to be is it's just going to be kind of like cool and drizzly around that time of year in this part of the country. But if we push it until June, then all the Yankees will melt. So that's why we thought, well, if we do June, then it'll be shorts and t-shirt weather. We can have a cookout. It can kind of be like indoor, outdoor, and I think everybody will enjoy it a little bit more that way. Dan says in the chat, there was no episode 50. Actually, there was an episode 50. Episode 50 was back on the old show. That was the gold standard. It's too late now. So episode 50 was the gold standard, and then episode 100 was It's Too Late. Codain says pants are statist. You guys see what I have to work with on this program. This is why we don't do live. This is exactly why we don't do it. Adam Sakosan says it's settled. I'm wearing just a mask. That's actually the only thing you can't wear. It would be shocking to have anyone show up to the show wearing a mask, considering what our kind of clientele
You like Tom
is.
Wood's 2000 finale, though, right?
Are we going to do that? All right. Camelia did it, y'all. So let's just check. Let me check over here on my little browser to make sure that there's no one logged in called T Woods. It doesn't look like there is.
I was thinking of a notable incident of that happening.
I'm trying to maintain my working relationships in this community. All right, so like I can stand to lose some of these jokers. I don't want to lose Tom Woods.
Well, I gotta say, man, about the face mask idea, like we have not had a single face mask worn on our property since I bought it, and it would be quite a damn shame if you were to break that record.
Yes. I mean, that was part of the whole thing with the travel and the stuff going back to Orlando last year is I have never worn a mask ever. I have never worn one even a single time for any reason. I'm fortunate that I live in this part of the country where it wasn't like I had to get in a shootout with the cops over it or anything. And it hasn't always been easy. Like there was lots of things that I lost out on or missed out on or whatever, because I was like, if it's between this decision or that, I'll just stay home. But I never did. Of course, it's easier now to not be wearing one, but there was a time even here where that wasn't always the easiest thing to do. But with that said, okay, all right, we're going there. So we went to episode 2000 of the Tom Woods Show in Orlando back in October. And Annika and I, this is a quick story about me and Annika. We had a, like, just a vacation. Like, we hadn't been on a vacation in a long time. And she and I had just planned, she and I went to, like, Gatlinburg or something really gay, like, in like, 2016, right? Like, a long time ago. And then in 2019... we were going to take a trip down to Florida, like a long weekend kind of a thing, and we were planning it, and then she actually surprised me. So I'm a Boise State fan, Boise State Broncos football, and they were playing Florida State, so that was like an excuse to be in Florida and get to see that game. Andrew thinks he can sneak away. I control the camera. So there's Andrew's already left. He's fucking had it.
He's parched. He had to get some water.
Okay,
Just right there.
No, Mecca's the other way, Andrew. All right. So anyway, sorry, that was problematic. That wasn't personable. That was problematic. All right. So we were going to go to this game, and then they had a hurricane down there at that time, and so it got postponed and all that stuff. And it was like, well, that really sucks, and whatever. But the airline was nice and was like, well, it was an act of God, so you'll get credit for your plane tickets or whatever. And so it's like, okay, well, we'll schedule something else. And then we decided, well, after we have our episode 100 show, because we're planning that thing like 6-8 months in advance. We decided we'll do episode 100, and then after that weekend, we'll go on a trip. Well, that was March 2020. So did we go on a trip after that? No, we did not. And then that was it. So we had not been on a trip since 2016. Had planned one for 2019, didn't get to go, rescheduled it for 2020, obviously didn't get to go, and then just never rescheduled. Never had any type of trip after that. So when the episode 2000 thing was coming along, October 21, it was like, well, that's something that I really want to go to because I'm going to get to see some people I know and hang out, and I'm going to be there a day or two in advance and meet with some of the 10th Amendment Center guys and all that. But I don't want, I'm like, I don't want to drag Anna Kay down there because Anna Kay's like, I don't give a shit about it. So anyway, Anna Kay doesn't care. And so it's like, well, we'll make it like an extra long weekend, like half week type of a thing. And we'll have a couple of days to just go around Florida and hang out. And so we did do that. However, it still got fucked up because that was when, people might remember in the news, there was like the little pseudo employee strike thing in the airlines with like Southwest and some of the other ones. And her flight got canceled. She had to stay for work for an extra day. And then the cat got sick. And then it was like, well, now the travel plans are kind of ruined. It was like, well, we'll go down there and you just meet me there. And then her flight got canceled. So then we lost like another day. And long story short, we got like half of a trip out of it. And so we're down there, and what was going to be just a little bit of libertarian autism, but mostly just hanging out in Orlando, turned into it was mostly libertarian autism. And I didn't see you guys there, right, until the actual show. Like the actual 2000 thing.
We were in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Like a day straight.
Yeah. I was in the lobby with Mike Meharry and Michael Bolden of the 10th Amendment Center, and we were just talking a bunch of bullshit. And it was actually what it was is we were hanging out, and then we went, if you want to know something about Michael Bolden is such a, anyway, he's a guy who is a lot like us, and he will never leave LA. He's one of those hardcore guys who has said, this is my home and they'll have to kill me. I won't leave. And one of the main reasons he'll never leave LA is because in his mind, if he doesn't live less than a block away from a dispensary and a Whole Foods, he thinks you're literally in a hellscape from which there's no return. So that's why he won't leave.
Well, they're going to start doing mandates for the dispensaries. If they aren't ready.
Well, he gives updates to us all the time about it's culturally really different out there than it is here. And hold on, we're crossing streams. I'll get back to that in a second.
Sorry.
So anyway, the show's coming up. We meet there in the little auditorium or whatever. And I mean, what time was it? Was it like 8:30 was like when the show, like the actual episode or whatever was going to be performed?
Yeah. 8 something, I think.
I think it was 8:30, but I do not believe that's when it started. Right.
So we went at like 5:30 to this little hoity-toity get-together of the super elite, which I'm not that. I'm broke, so I'm certainly not funding Tom Woods' college funds for his daughters. But I had one of those little armband VIP cross things because, I'm such a famous libertarian podcaster. And me and Anna Kay went to that. And, I mean, the usual suspects were there. Malice was there. Eric July was there. Jeff Dice was there. Bolden and the gang were there. Tom Woods was there, yada, yada, yada. And then they had that thing, then they had another reception, and then they had the show. So if you've been there the whole time, you've already been here for a couple hours. And then the show's going to start. And I had actually told people seated around us that, well, you know, based on kind of how they did episode 1000, where they're going to have a couple of different little funny bits, but then, like, you know, Tom will give like a speech or something and we'll all, yay. And then, you know, maybe if it's not too late, we'll all head back out there and hang out for a while longer, us night owl types. I swear to fucking God. This was the show that doesn't end. I was actually in when we reached the quote unquote intermission, which I think was like already 2 hours, 2.5 hours down the road. I was like, is this real life? Is this happening? I literally couldn't believe what I was seeing. I'm gonna make you guys hang yourselves along with me on this one. So I'll give one honest critique, and then I'll hand it over to you. The first honest critique I will say is, look, Ross Ulbricht is a hero, and his mother Lynn is a champion. But maybe that wasn't quite the hit for what was otherwise supposed to be like an exciting, rip-roaring, funny, entertaining show, to have Lynn come out and give a little speech where then the energy level in the room just goes. So we went from, oh, that's cute, we're having a magic show, to, oh, Ross is still in jail. That was, yeah.
I mean, you know, I got to agree with your statements about both Ross and his mother. I have definitely been following the dark web and peer-to-peer financial transactions very closely, basically ever since that individual launched his service, Silk Road. And I agree with you that it was heartbreaking to see it handled that way. I thought she deserved better. And I also thought that speech that he gave from his phone in prison would have been a good thing for the audience to actually hear, and not just tease, 2 or 3 sentences from it. I was kind of let down after I had my, I felt very guilty and kind of like bad for Lynn. And then on top of that, we didn't even get to hear the thing that Ross was, saying. They cut it off after 10 minutes.
I don't even think it's like a criticism. I just think it's like there was so much stuff that they were trying to do, and it was all very important. But it also this was like the first thing like that I've ever gone to, and I like got very emotional. Like I was just like, oh my God, this is so sad. That poor mom. Like I can't imagine what she's going through. And then obviously the whole situation is very sad. And then it was just like, yeah, it was like an emotional roller coaster. And also I was just like extraordinarily drunk.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
Well, so the other thing, was episode 1000 full of so many like libertarian like thought characters? Because that's something I wasn't expecting.
There were a lot
of libertarian thoughts at the Tom Woods 2000.
Okay, so that's a whole other thing. So
I think they're all
There was just so much was going on. It was extravaganza.
Wait, hold on. We'll talk about who we think is a Fed in the next segment. For right now, because they're out there, y'all. For right now, I want to mention this. So a long time obviously went by from episode 1000 to episode 2000. It was like, like 4 or 5 years or whatever went by. And the episode, so as someone who has been to both and knows a lot of people in the room, the episode 1000th, which obviously there was more people this time by a lot. There was probably about 500 to 600 people at episode 1000, which is a lot of people. I mean, they filled up a convention room with people. And then this one was like 2,500. It was crazy. But what happened is that in that period of time, I feel like the demographics of the audience changed some. And I don't know if that was because of just time, or maybe I'm just a boomer now and I'm out of touch, or like it's the COVID thing. He's got a different kind of audience coming in that maybe would have been in before. But at episode 1000, it skewed a lot older. Like me and Anna Kay were babies. We were the babies in the room. Everybody else there was a lot older than us. You had a lot of the same dignitaries that were there, But I mean, like, you have a lot of Mises senior fellows. Though that's the audience. It's a Mises kind of an audience. Whereas this one was a lot more young people and feds who were mostly there to drink and have a good time. And I'm not against drinking and having a good time, but these were people that were really like come on, these people aren't libertarians. These people are fucking retards. These are the people who their knowledge of libertarian is, you know, they're gonna go get on their Twitter feed that has 60,000 followers that yesterday had 60 and we're supposed to not ask questions. You know, they'll say taxation is theft, y'all. Anyone else tired of the government? That's as deep as their philosophical knowledge goes. A lot more of those people were there this time, whereas last time it was like I just turned around in my seat and I was like, oh, there's Jeff Dice. That's neat. You know, like that. So there was definitely a change in the audience. I don't know if that helped to contribute to kind of how the whole thing went down and the show and all the different things. I will say this, by the way, since we've talked about Jeff Deist already, he was the best part of the fucking show.
By far.
By far, right?
Well, legend.
Yeah, like so the guy who and I mean Jeff obviously has been a speaker many times, but he's not a professional entertainer. He's a think tank president, and that was the most entertaining guy that took the stage. That Doc Dixon guy who is an actual professional entertainer, the magician dude, I'm sorry, he fucking sucked. It was terrible. It was so slow. So first of all, and this isn't his fault, they were making mention about how he was on that TV show with Penn and Teller. And I thought that they were just going to mention, oh, hey, he was on this show. No, they played the whole show. They played the whole episode that he was on, which is like 20 minutes. And then so now we're just fucking watching TV. We're just sitting here in a convention center watching TV together. And then when that was over, he goes up and does his bit. And he said a few remarks that were kind of cute and funny, but I was like, the whole time I'm just that's not how you want the audience to feel when you're in your bit, right? Is everyone's looking around the room and looking at their watches and I will say this, I'm going to turn it back over to you guys so that we can all burn down together. Is Camelia already mentioned talking about being very drunk. So they had a couple of hours for everybody to get liquored up and hang out. And then they expected everyone to sit in their chairs for another few hours and watch a slow show. That seemed like a really stupid idea.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder if that was just bad planning or if it was like just the crowd taking advantage of what was there. But I thought that it was really exciting, actually, to see all the bad behavior, to be honest, because it kind of did indicate that there's maybe more energy in the movement, right? So I'll take a bit of a more positive view on it than that. I thought it was really nice just to see 2,500 people do the same thing together, because even in New York, I hadn't really seen much of that. I will say it made me wonder, if Tom really wanted it to be that way, or if that's just how it kind of had to go because of the audience that was there.
This is the last thing I'm going to say. I love Michael Malice, but that was trash. His whole super, yeah, like his whole super special guest, and then of course, obviously there was the dude in the audience that lost his goddamn mind.
Yes, I think speaks to everyone being extraordinarily.
He was just trying to help out the act,
Well, I've cooled on it since then. When it first happened, I was like, I can't believe this. Now I realize he was helping us. He was helping us get out of there. Yeah.
I watched that video like 100 times the next day from like several different angles.
Ryan writes, hopefully Alan gives a speech at the live show. I mean, I'm going to say words. I don't know if I would call it a speech. I mean, I've already told everybody we're going to talk about abortion. That's what we're doing. So, I mean, what better time and place?
Yeah. Whoa. Do you hear that?
I do hear that. What the hell's going on over there?
Military helicopters that are flying really low. We probably should have done that. I'm sure they won't come around in June.
They heard that we were going to be on the stream, and they just had to intercept our Wi-Fi and check it out.
It's like they're definitely up to something. I'll research more. We'll let you know.
I've seen a lot of chemtrails out here, dude.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about?
Oh God, yeah. We're gonna talk about how the birds aren't real. That we're definitely gonna touch on that.
Oh
On
my
June
God,
4th.
no, dude, the birds are so real out here. You've never seen so many beautiful, colorful birds, and they're all yapping at each other all day in the morning. It's so pretty out here, man. I don't know. They can't be fake. That's bullshit.
Well, it is bullshit. It's like a young college kid who thought it would be funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, it's real. People actually think that.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
mean, there are people who do think that.
It's a funny
But-
idea. I mean, I can't blame them. The government would do some shit like that, but I think the birds are mostly real.
Huh. I mean, I was entertaining it as a joke, but I'm glad we could discuss it for real on the show.
I had no idea people actually thought the birds were fake.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing.
Well, so what I was thinking is that if we don't like do a regular episode, what I thought is we're gonna have so many people there, and we're gonna have some very interesting people in the audience. Of course, Meharry will be. We'll have a dignitary from TAC will be there. We might have somebody from the Libertarian Institute there. We might have somebody from Mises there. But we're also just having fun. Like, I don't want to pressure those people into be like, hey, go dance, monkey, dance. Like, they're not coming to go up on stage and be a part of an act or anything. So I'm kind of treading the line between maybe I just say some words. I had even considered like talking funny, like saying some jokes and stuff. But
Stand up.
I did a very small, like 5-minute stand-up thing in episode 150, and part of the stand-up thing literally was anyway about abortion, and I talked about abortion for a few minutes. But it didn't really work so well in that room because we had a live band for that show, and like half the audience was our people and the other half of the audience was there. They were the band's like roadies, and so they're not libertarians, right? And so when I started talking shit, those people were like, they're looking around like, am I supposed to be, should I go? Like, is this going to be in the news tomorrow? Do I want to have my picture taken at this place? So there was some uncomfortable. I made some John McCain is dead jokes. I actually made several of those throughout the whole
Those are still
evening.
funny.
Yeah, those are fantastic.
Yeah.
So I mean, and so that was our main callback joke. An hour later into the show, I was still calling back to kind of like how John McCain is yada yada yada. I thought that would be what would bring the whole audience together. Like, can't we all be happy that John McCain is dead?
Yeah.
I mean, I can be happy, but I guess those roadies or Teamsters probably felt differently, huh? How could you possibly lionize that guy? He like sat in a cage for a year. Big deal.
Yeah. All right. So anyway,
he's just a shitty looking guy. It's like if he's gonna be a warmonger, he should look tough, He always looked like very round and like not very powerful and like I don't know.
Very round.
We have these vets that car our lawns, like they're terrifying. Like they would kill me. They could snap my neck with like 2 of their fingers, and like then you have John McCain. He looks like an asshole.
Adam Sikozin says John McCain jokes are down, Harry Reid jokes are up. I made one of those. They had on Twitter in the little trending tab. They had the whole big thing about his funeral, and the headline was Harry Reid lies in state. And I had responded at Twitter, Harry Reid lies. Is it really news? Like we knew that.
No, those aliens are real, dude.
Yeah. Wait, what?
That's what he talked about. Harry Reid. He believes in the UFOs.
Oh yeah.
He's probably right about those.
You think so?
Yeah, dude.
All right.
I think the aliens are a psyop.
I like how it's the aliens as opposed to just aliens in general.
Well,
Government aliens.
Yeah. This is normally the time when we're doing a live stream where I start saying on the program, if we don't start getting the live donation tracker to go off, then we're going to wrap this thing up pretty soon.
hey, could I like sweeten the deal?
Yeah.
Audience. Sure. Anyone have a request? I'll consider it.
All right. Are you talking about a request for June 4th or just in general?
No, for donations.
Oh, okay. All right.
What do you mean?
We got to get him paid.
Oh, like a
Yeah.
like a ask me anything for donations for Alan.
All right, guys. Andrew is matching donations up to $15,000 tonight.
Yo,
on It's
nailed
Way
it.
Too Late with Alan Mosley. So, guys, let's start seeing that number go up.
Do you have a
we got
Monero wallet, Alan?
I don't, but
I'll send you all of it that I got mine today. It's yours, dude.
Wow.
Because you deserve it. You had us on your show.
Well, thank you. Well, you say that now. Wait until June 5th. Your opinion might be different by then.
Honestly, every single person we've met as an extension of you has also been awesome. So I don't think that's going to happen, man. But we are super excited to have you here in June. I think that the only way that we're going to be able to do this right is by having the whole place be the party, right? Like the whole area. That's what it's going to have to be. So that's what we're going to do for you. Yeah, man.
We hope to have a puppy by then, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Chickens.
Well,
Yeah.
people love to shoot, so
Sheep.
that's great.
Yeah. Chickens and puppies. Just bring your guns.
I just
Figure it out
shot.
later.
I just set up the gallery. You should bring your guns, dude.
Mm.
Yeah. Daniel Snowden says Alan is terrible, but everyone associated with him is great. Yeah. Well, I mean, I ascribe to greatness. What can I say? Notice I get more comments like that than I get donations. I should have. This shouldn't be a libertarian show. This should just be like a cooking channel, and I'd be fine. Just Andrew can help me with this. He's a tech guy. Let's just scrub my profile from the web and start over as social democrats. Let's just do everything all over again.
The time for that's over, man. That's not even close to possible anymore. I remember, for years, I had a fucking picture on Google. If you Googled my name, the first image that would come up was me smoking this huge doobie, this fucking like enormous joint. I don't know where the picture came from, but I couldn't get rid of it for years. It took me 3 years to get it off of Google. But they retired and deprecated that feature a couple of years ago. So there's no way now to get your shit removed from Google officially, nor Facebook. All of the big tech companies have taken that stuff away over the past 3-4 years.
Wait, hold on. It actually happened. See, this is the trick, you guys. You have to guilt them. You have to tell them, look, if you don't donate, then Andrew can't match funds up to $15,000. So we did just get a $20 donations from Carl Huber, who said nothing. Now that's really disappointing, Carl, because I've told people if you send a donation, if you leave a little comment in there where you can leave a comment, I used to tell people whatever it is, I'll read it out on air. Totally uncensored. But I think for tonight, no matter what if you donate, no matter what you send as a message, Andrew will read it live on air.
I will do it. And I'll read it in a high-pitched voice.
Yeah. Camelia won't, because she's still trying to have a career. But me and Andrew will do it. We'll read whatever it is live on air. So there you go. I'm excited. Now that we're on the board, see, on our Monday night streams, when my producer Dave is here, Dave's a real trooper, right? Mm-hmm. Because Dave has to get up in the morning and go to work. And he's here late at night. He's on the stream. And we have this game that we play where every time we get a donation, that adds like another 30 minutes onto the clock. And people love to watch Dave suffer. So that's great for fundraising. Dave's here till 2 a.m, just rocking back and forth in his chair because people keep on giving like $3 saying, "Ha, suck it, Dave." But Dave's not here, so we're going to have to carry the load by ourselves. Daniel Sonnen says, will you say the name of the Memphis basketball team? Yes, I will. So Dan is a racist and he likes to say the N-word. I'll say I don't give a shit. Actually someone on the show did say the N-word a couple of weeks ago and then nothing happened.
Really?
Imagine that.
And you know why? Actually, this goes back to something you said, Camelia. I've got a bone to pick with you. You said that you thought that shadow banning was just a cop-out and bullshit. So, Camelia, we had Ron Paul on this show, the esteemed congressman from Texas, and that episode got like 60,000 views. And a year later, we had episodes getting 2,000 views, and now we have episodes on the same platform getting like 200 views. Now, do you think that my show is 98% worse than it was, or do you think that there's foul play?
No, I definitely think there's foul play in your scenario, I was explaining for me, for getting Music for All started, I don't think I should use this as an excuse, but I can't help but feel like something's going on with the algorithms. I was just talking about my failures specifically,
So
shadow banning.
So what I was saying is that I think that if they shadow ban you, then they're like, fuck that guy. He can say whatever he wants because no one hears it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
there's just no way that I could have a popular channel with tons of people on it and me say that word and us not get something.
Yeah.
Some kind of a flag. Nothing happened. I couldn't believe it.
Fascinating. Yeah.
And yet, now that was on Facebook, mind you, and yet on Twitter, when Regis Philbin died, I told somebody that they should go where Regis Philbin is, and I got suspended for 24 hours.
Oh yeah, the suicide thing. You can't tell people to kill themselves. Well, you probably can't say it on Twitch either. So
Yeah.
shoot.
But we don't though, right? Like we don't tell people to kill themselves. What we do is like, you know, we have this little song. We have this song that we like to sing. I'm going to let you guys play along this time.
Euthanasia.com.
Don't we need like a little bouncing ball for the words? And everybody, sing along, everybody.
I'm having a hard time reading it from back here. For you.
Yeah, y'all are seeing it from behind. That's right, because y'all are behind the graphic. That's very true. I can't imagine why anyone wouldn't want this as a part of their corporation, Andrew.
Want what as part of their corporation?
Oh, this?
Oh.
No, I don't think we can live through that again. I think one is good. Captain No Ship says they just form a new department for domestic extremism. We're all about to be in the gulags. All right, Andrew's the big tech guy. He knows all the secrets. Andrew,
Yeah.
do they know all of our secrets and we're all about to end up in gulags?
No, but they do know all of our secrets, but we're more useful to them outside of gulags than in gulags.
Some of us.
Most of us, I would say. You can't produce a lot of data if you're in a gulag. You have to move places. You have to buy things. You have to, one of the things that people don't understand about big tech is that they are kind of hopelessly dependent on everything remaining status quo. If people were to actually find any reason to have a lesser tech footprint, they would pull out all the stops and make sure that was course reversed. So I don't know. I don't think that they're using this data to gulag us. They're using it to keep us paying, I think.
Uh-oh. We have another one. It's time for an update. Everybody all of a sudden has decided, oh, they'll say the N-word. Well, let's hook these guys up. Andrew, I'm gonna see if you can see I don't know if you can read my screen or not, but I'm gonna see if you can read this guy's question. Can you read that right there?
If you fold a pizza in half, does it blah blah blah? Yeah.
Does it become a calzone?
Jesus Christ, oh God. I have a strong opinion on this. No.
Okay. All right. So Ryan Seifert writes, if you fold a pizza in half, does it become a calzone? Andrew, your thoughts?
Absolutely not, man. No way. Calzone is all rounded from the very start when you put it in the brick oven. The pizza, you have to make it round after you've cooked it. It's different.
Okay.
All that shit's got to cook inside itself, It's a different bread too.
All right. But how about this? Is a calzone a giant piece of ravioli? See, there's
I'm
levels.
going to go with
this.
yes on that one.
I'm inclined to say no.
Okay. Well, women are always wrong, so Andrew's right. It is a giant piece of ravioli.
I love pissing off Italians too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
There's a lot of Italians in New York, and they would be very sensitive about that topic.
It's so weird that New Yorkers are so elitist because Italians are so beneath us. Isn't that weird?
I mean, the elitism's all put on. I mean, if you talk to those people, they only appear to be sophisticated. They actually usually aren't. They're watching, the Great British Baking Show, just like everyone else, is in the midway curve.
All right.
The elites are not impressive, man.
All right, so let me say this. We got a little distracted there with the calzone.
Yes.
My feeling is that the feds and big tech already has everything on us that they could ever possibly want, but their scaling for data collection is way beyond what human beings' eyes could possibly read. So it's not that they have all the stuff on you. It's more that it's filed away somewhere for when they need it. Does that make sense? Am I right about that, or am I wrong about that?
That's what I think.
Yeah,
And
and
it just keeps changing what would initiate them looking into this database. And it's like, now it's just, having regular ideas.
data is easy to store, but it's hard to contextualize. That's the thing that companies know. If they wait long enough, oftentimes data can start making sense. And so, there's often like a window of time that has to pass before the data that the government collects actually can be useful. I would say, though, it doesn't really matter if you can see it anymore because the machines that operate on the data never get tired and they scale up infinitely. So, we're at a point now where I think, unfortunately, they're so far past us in our understanding that it's probably getting kind of meta, kind of like 4D chess-ish in the way that AI is being deployed these days. So we're kind of in a state where we really can't know. And that's kind of a frightening prospect for us.
I just had a really awesome idea, and now I think it's so awesome, I don't know if we should actually do this now or if we should save this for June 4th, because I know you guys will be there. My idea is that I should ask Andrew, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being the least evil and 10 being the most evil, and then start ranking some of these like conglomerates and corporations and big tech companies.
Microsoft's the worst.
Okay, so Microsoft is a 10.
Yeah, they're the 10.
Okay.
There's no one else that's even even close to half of it. Microsoft is more evil than anything else out there.
Wow. So Microsoft is more than twice as evil as the next closest company.
That's right. We're more than twice as evil as Google, more than twice as evil as Amazon.
Wow. Okay. All right. So Microsoft is a 10. Now we're not. Now, by the way, we're not saying that if someone's like a 2, that means they're Jesus Christ. That just means they're less evil. You can be. Like It's Too Late's like a 3. Like, we're pretty evil, but comedy evil, not trying to take over the world evil. So, okay. So if Microsoft is a 10, what about Amazon?
Yeah, I mean, so I'll give them credit. They're basically the only way that you can publish a book as an independent.
Oh yeah.
They have some aspects to their existence that aren't just pure hatred of humanity. I think that also Amazon gets some credit from supporting all the services that the government has failed to. Like when the post office broke down, they just started delivering themselves, right? And I think that kind of thing gives them an edge. They're doing something to at least appear to be for the customer, which is, of course, their big mantra. Customer obsession is what they teach you from day one working at Amazon. So at the very least, that mantra has got to earn you something. Microsoft's never even had an ideology beyond lying to the customer and putting them in horrible, unsafe positions.
All right, so Microsoft is a 10. Amazon was a what?
I would say a 5.
A 5.
In comparison to Microsoft, yeah.
I mean, just puppies then.
Right.
Just kittens, yeah. Well, all right. Microsoft's a 10. Amazon's a 5. Okay, let's go to the social media world. Okay, Facebook. Or is it Metaverse now? Are they technically Meta now? Is like the actual corporate
They changed the stock ticker.
Yeah. So Meta.
Yeah, they're more evil than Amazon. They're like a 6 or a 7 to me. Yeah.
Okay. So you think that they're going worse places?
Oh, hell yeah, dude. So I used to work in VR before I was in podcasting, which is what I do now. And virtual reality was an industry back in like 2015, 2016 that basically Facebook was bankrolling. And the things that they were giving my company the ability to do were just terrifying and disturbing. When you wore their Oculus headsets, we were able to track every single user of our app's heart rate. And we made virtual reality that app that people use to watch porn on their PlayStation 4. And so we had all of these freaking kids' heart rates being stored in our databases because Facebook by default collects it and you can't turn it off. So anyone wearing these stupid Oculus headsets, they have your fucking heart rate like every minute you've worn the headset.
They have your fucking heart rate. You get it? You get it, you guys? Y'all get the joke? All right. Sorry. My bad. Boy, I'm so glad you were a part of that project, Andrew. You should have that on your tombstone.
I actually advocated to move entirely into the PlayStation 4 porn industry because it was the only one making us money, and no one else at the company agreed. And of course, we failed. So they should have listened to me.
Yeah. Maybe that's why we don't have any more money on this show. We don't have enough VR porn.
Dude, yeah, it's like
that's where the money's at. I think. I don't know.
When I was at Audible, okay, the erotica was a third of all the book sales. All those Harlequin novels, right? Where you're like on the ship, the sailboat or whatever, or you're on a Native American reservation, Taken by the T-Rex. I worked on that book. That one sold like 1 million copies. Yeah. As long as it wasn't a real live living animal, you could do it and it wasn't bestiality.
No.
Okay, all right. So let's back up for a moment. Let's give a moment for that to breathe and let the audience catch up. So that's amazing to me that we live in a time where in 5 seconds on like any mobile or desktop device, you can see in like full HD any manner of things. And yet people are still buying that much like literature, erotica, and audiobooks.
Yeah. Hundreds of millions of dollars in sales a year.
But Pornhub exists though.
But there's nothing on Pornhub about a dinosaur fucking a woman, is there?
Is Ryan Seifert, if you're still in the chat, go check it out. Let us know if you could find dinosaurs fucking something.
That sounds really violent. I don't like it.
Is the dinosaur the male or the female in that scenario? I don't know. Because Taken by the T-Rex was about a woman who traveled back in time. And because of her erotic love for dinosaurs.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Taken by the T-Rex.
We had a werewolf one too, I remember. They sold great. I mean, I worked on The Things They Carried. That's a book by Tim O'Brien. It's about the Vietnam War. I worked on Haruki Murakami, one IQ 84. I worked on that book. It's a very good novel, magical realism. And Taken by the T-Rex outsold both of those books like by 4-fold. So
I was obviously trying to do the wrong audiobooks when I was doing audiobooks.
At ACX, which is where I worked with an Audible, all of these off-Broadway and Broadway actors who were doing their downtime, who weren't on season, they would just read like really fucking dirty erotica and make a killing doing it. And a lot of them just stopped doing stage plays and just did audiobook, dirty audiobooks because there's so much money in it. So it's frankly, if you're going to get into erotica, I can't think of a safer form of it to be working in. So
he has the audio set up. You should just be doing this.
Well, the last audiobook I did was The Constitution Owner's Manual by Mike Maharrey. And I read about the founders and the ratifying conventions. It wasn't very sexy.
There was no sex?
No.
No one had sex during that time period? I can't believe that.
No, we're all clones. Yeah. So Ryan, that's a quick way for Facebook to ban you, buddy. I said go find it and see if it's there. I didn't say post links. That's gonna get you zucked, and we're gonna be down a fan because you're posting links that you shouldn't be posting. But the fact that you posted a link, I'm not clicking on it obviously, but now we know.
Yeah.
It's there. I'm just maintaining my skepticism that why would one choose that medium when one could see it in 4K?
Yeah.
Mm.
And I thought it was because you couldn't see it in 4K, but I was wrong.
No, it's
Yeah.
like
You didn't have a big enough imagination.
a lot of people listen to it on according to our data. I think back then, this might not be the case anymore, but back when I was at Audible, I think most of the engagement with the erotica books happened in the subways, the subway systems.
So people were just like, wondering on the subway?
Yeah, I think mainly women, but yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, the team emote is back on Twitch. This is, yeah. Daniel Snowden says the Constitution fucked the Articles of Confederation. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it totally did.
Yeah, it did. God, it was so hot.
And the Magna Carta's just sitting there like shaking its head, like, what happened?
Yeah. See, if that doesn't buy us like another couple $100 in Patreon or PayPal, I don't know what will. This is what we're gonna do. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. On June 4th, we're gonna put a little team together and we're gonna do a live read of one of these novels at Andrew's recommendation.
I've got all the manuscripts. So
yeah. We'll do a live read of a chapter of Taken by a T-Rex.
We should get a T-Rex costume.
That's an amazing idea.
That actually not unironically is an amazing idea. All right, I hope somebody's writing this down. I'm bad about writing things down. So I was thinking a water slide and some like horseshoes, but no, we're gonna read smut. That's what we're gonna do. Now we're back to having to record it because this can't go unrecorded for posterity.
Well, we have to keep it family friendly though, right? Like erotic T-Rex, but make it family friendly.
I mean, if the writer was any good, then it wouldn't be overly explicit because
like Rugrats, it had like the jokes for the kids, and then
yeah.
It does kind of build, The book does not give it all away all at once. That's for sure. Yeah,
fantastic.
There's a shocking twist ending at the end of the book.
Where does everybody die?
Yeah, that is the woman is mauled and eaten. Correct. That is the.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
Spoilers though. We have to wait.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give it away.
Adam Sakosan says, just said it in Alabama. We could do. Oh, there. I bet there's all manner of incest / step sibling stuff on there. I'm sure there is.
Actually, interesting thing about that. There was a big controversy at Audible when I was working there about this issue, and they actually banned it. They got rid of the incest because it's against the law. So in states, so they didn't want to have it anymore.
Huh.
Yeah. Kind of an arbitrary choice, though, right? When you're talking about boning T-Rexes and
yeah, like one's allowed, the other isn't.
Look how disappointed everyone on the show got when they heard that.
They're disappointed by what? The
like you said, oh no, they banned that, and then all of a sudden the energy in the room was like, oh, did they? Well, that's shucks.
Well, I mean, look, if the maybe it's okay still if it's not a real kind of human, because that's always the workaround, is that if the thing that you're saying is having the sex doesn't actually exist in reality today, then apparently it's not a problem.
I just want to point out really quickly, one of our biggest supporters of the show, Glenn H, just showed up and said, Glenn here, didn't expect to see y'all on a Thursday. Glenn came in at probably the worst time to have ever shown up to any content I've ever produced. Ryan says, my fetishism ends at Trek porn. I'm normal. But you were also the one posting links. I knew I could count on you. I knew I could count on you to answer that question for us. All right, so
man, we really
so stand-up comedy, speech, live read of erotica.
Yes.
I mean that's already a full plate right there, but
Yeah, and fireworks and fires, assorted
Yeah.
fires, miscellaneous fires.
Yeah, miscellaneous fires. I didn't even realize we're having fireworks.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we just stay stocked. We're flush with
I
fireworks.
invested.
All right. Well, I hope everybody in the chat's hearing that. Come to the show June 4th here in Middle Tennessee. We're going to have fireworks and fires. I don't know if those are going to be related to one another, but
Sometimes.
yeah, one may beget the other. And a live read of an upcoming novel from the ACX exchange.
Love it.
Boy, this went a place I wasn't expecting. I feel like there was something else important that we were actually going to talk about.
I was ranking social media sites, if I recall correctly. That's the last I remember.
Yeah.
We're supposed to talk about the mandates in the court.
Oh, yeah, we never even talked about...
Ow.
Well, I mean, we're just so taken aback by ACX's decision to ban incest porn that...
Yeah.
I mean, you can't... I can't... I have to collect myself for a moment. Yeah, so anyway, thank God. Now that Glenn's here, we're going to go back to being a respectable program. All right. So this actually worked out. The timing worked out perfect because, you know, when you do a weekly show like we do and the episodes come out Wednesday nights, you know, by Tuesday night, we're done. Production is already sealed. And there's been times where the show's in the can, we're waiting on the premiere, and then, you know, breaking news comes out right in that little dark period in between when we're already done and when the show's going to come out. So, you know, like if Biden were to drop dead 3 hours before the premiere, well, it's too late. You're going to watch the show and there's going to be people in the chat saying, why aren't they talking about Biden? Didn't you hear about Biden? You're not going to talk about it? Well, it's because, you know, we already did our thing. But this worked out really good so that we had our Wednesday night episode and we talked a little bit about mandate stuff. We talked a little bit about those comments that Justice Sotomayor made last week. I don't know if you guys saw all that crap.
Yeah, she was funny. I had a good laugh on that one.
Yeah, that's a Supreme Court justice, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the ruling came out today, and I'm obviously on separate minds on this issue, and we can bat this back and forth. I do want to say, first of all, before we dig too much into it, you got to take a win wherever you can get it.
Agreed.
And so the fact that that this mandate has been stopped for businesses over 100 employees, that's a win. And something that I had said months ago was we really need to see something like this get struck down in the courts, not just because of the mandate itself, but because companies who then still take it upon themselves to be woke and righteous are no longer going to have legal protections from the feds. They are now going to be open to lawsuit. That's fantastic. Let those people get burnt to the ground if they want to maintain these policies without governmental support. However, obviously there's a couple of other sides to the coin. The one being is that they did uphold the mandate for medical professionals who work at hospitals and clinics that take Medicare and Medicaid. So basically the feds say, if we own you, you do what we say. I think is a good way of putting it. But even there, you know, there's a silver lining that in the same way that with the schools being closed, and of course that's always a double-edged sword, because I see all these conservatives saying they ought to open schools back up, and I'm saying no. When you fuckers had a shred of principle, y'all would want to shut down the Department of Education. Now you're begging for the Department of Education to have more money and open the schools back up. But with that said, they closed the schools. The teachers' unions overplay their hand. And what does that do? Homeschooling and private schooling skyrockets, which is fantastic. Particularly homeschooling, all these little learning pods, and parents coming to the realization that, you know what, this isn't nearly as hard as I thought it was. Mm-hmm. I can just take care of my own kids. I don't need the state to do it. And that's fantastic. However, this is not a victory for people who are in those medical fields. But what I hope happens is, in the same way that there's been a huge boon for homeschooling, and in the same way that more and more people are starting to see the teachers and unions as the enemy, I hope that a lot of those medical professionals that get shoved out then start moving in droves to direct primary care and to providers that don't take Medicare and Medicaid. The reason being is that they would not presumably fall under these mandates. The last thing I'll say before I turn it back over to you guys is, while we have to take a win wherever we can get it, we shouldn't be confusing ourselves into thinking that they ruled this way based on anything even remotely based on principle or constitutionality. That's what would have been a great ruling, would have been, this is blatantly unconstitutional and nothing even remotely resembling this will ever be allowed. That was the best ruling. That didn't happen. An okay ruling is, you guys didn't word your tyranny the right way, so we're erasing it this time. That's what this ruling really was. And while I'm happy for people that's a load off their minds, at least for now, I want to caution people that if you're the type of person that's waiting to hear the opinions of 9 judicial temple monkeys to determine your fate, you're already kind of in a bad place. You're already at the whims of the overlords at that point. And to make no mistake about it, they didn't rule from principle or constitutionality. They just sit that the door is completely wide open for another mandate enforced differently.
100%. I mean, I saw that in even the Florida bill that explicitly outlawed mandates for vaccines, there were all sorts of horrible powers that were being granted to the governor in the bill. And so you were still getting, I think, a lot of those problematic things in the law, no matter what the bill looked like. And I guess with the same thing here, I look at the Supreme Court's decision and the way they argued this. And the only thing I kept on thinking about was like, wow, they're really working hard to make it seem as if this is appropriate, that this form of argumentation is okay, and that it's, I guess, acceptable and legally sound to argue from this perspective. I was surprised to see Supreme Court justices talking about the merits of the law based on how effective it was versus, as you mentioned, its constitutionality. I think several of the female Supreme Court justices were like, well, you're not going to get a better law, that is better at stopping the spread of COVID-19, which is a pretty stupid argumentation if you're trying to talk about it from the constitutionality point of view.
Well, I mean, there's so much to unpack there, right? Like, so first of all, Supreme Court justices shouldn't be airing their own grievances live. They're supposed to be impartial judges that hear the arguments and then rule based on constitutionality. Of course, we know that that's not true. I mean, this is one of the reasons why conservatives have been losing the war for decades at this point, is they're all thumping their chests and saying, we got to get back to the Constitution. Oh, get back to what? What are you talking about? So first of all, tell me what you're getting back to, because it was dead on arrival the moment it came through the door. But even if I'm extending an olive branch to the get back to my Constitution types, but you can clearly see this court is not ruling based on that. So if you're gonna fight them on their battleground, then maybe the argument to make was to make more of the logical scientific argument. Because if you're a constitutional lawyer and you went into that courtroom and you said, well, this is unconstitutional, if that was the crux of your argument, you would lose. Because it's not a constitutional court. They don't give a fuck about that. They don't care what the Constitution means whatever they need it to mean that day. That's what the Constitution means. So while I get it, I get that in a perfect world where the Constitution could even remotely enforce itself or be enforced, then yeah, you would make a constitutional argument, but those arguments just don't matter. Of course, I would also like to think that this is an easy argument to make scientifically as well. I mean, you go play Tom Woods' game where you get on that site and you take the quiz and you see all the charts and stuff. And to a point that Andrew made, these are justices who are voting on a ruling on how best the government can control a virus. No one in that room is discussing whether or not viruses are controlled and whether or not that's what the government does.
Right.
Nowhere, in Article 1, Section 8, it doesn't say, so what the government does is control viruses. It doesn't say that. So I'm with you on that 100%. However, but we also know that the reality of modern politics is they don't give a shit about that. That's not even a part of lexicon.
No, well, the whole reason they even did this hearing and why they rushed it through was probably for the media and PR gains, right? It was probably to set the narrative the way that they wanted it to get set. Because you're right, boomer conservatives especially, they love the Supreme Court. They love speaking to the validity and the yeah, like just like the sanity behind that court. And if they decide, then I know a lot of conservatives are bent out of shape about Roe v. Wade and stuff like that, but like I do see a lot of conservatives kind of value the input of the federal court system, which is kind of absurd to me. But it seems like that's sort of what they know is going to get the conservative branch of people to think a certain way, is to like have a lot of media attention being paid to the Supreme Court and what they're talking about.
Well, of course, I'm a big fan of the 10th Amendment Center, and and obviously they're attacking this thing from
Right.
the angle of the Constitution, but they're not. But to be clear for them, because I'm not being a hypocrite here, and they're not either. It's not that they're looking at this thing from the constitutional perspective, meaning they want to go to D.C., argue for the Constitution, and then lose. That's not their goal. Their goal is just to simply inform people, look, those guys are doing unconstitutional things. So instead of us trying to go up there and wag our fingers at them, let's just stay here and say, fuck you, we're not going to do it. That's what nullification is. That's what the 10th Amendment is all about. I would like to think, if I was being really optimistic here, I would like to think that even if this is only a temporary setback for the regime, and the mandates by and large are not enforced for some period of time, but we know that they're just going to cook up another crisis, another excuse, that is time for individual states, cities, counties, whatever, to be passing their own local ordinances and legislation saying we don't respect this ruling. We're not going to help enforce this mandate, this law, this regulation. It's incredible how many people think, and some people even in our own camp, it's incredible how many people think that Leviathan's just unbeatable. And when I talk about Leviathan, do I talk about things such as, well, look, they've got the power, they've got the money, they've got the printing presses, yada yada yada. It's true, they do, and they also have like 100,000 people on staff in a country of 330 million. It's just not feasible, realistically, for them to just at a whim pass a regulation for it to be enforced. What they need is for people down your street to enforce it on you. They need your neighbors to do it to you. That's what they need. And if your neighbors say no, your street's safe. It really is just that simple.
Oh, 100%, man. I mean, if you look at like the Catholic Church and what they used to be able to do, right? Like they used to be able to like send armies and slaughter people, huge, unbeatable armies of people that would just go and do the bidding of the Catholic Church. And look, they're still around, and they still have a place at the seat, a seat at the table. But, the United States could go like that, too, I think. And unfortunately, we are kind of a landmass isolated from other enemies. And so we kind of will have like an interior kind of, I don't know, like a wasting away. But it could take a long time. And like, in the meantime, there's going to be a lot of people who are just going to keep getting prodded in one direction or another based on what, I don't know who it is exactly that has the narrative that they want to fight, but it's obviously not about the virus, and it's not even about the mandates. It's about the vaccine passports. And by spending so much time talking about the mandates and about the vaccines in general, they are effectively obfuscating the fact that people are building out systems right now to basically track every single living person with a cell phone and make it something that can be highly vulnerable to the takedowns and other kinds of attacks and privacy violations. And so there's a really significant issue building as a result of all this attention being paid to these things. So that's what I think the Supreme Court does is they play cover for the laws that are being passed. Like, they made Obamacare possible, and it seems like that's really what the Supreme Court does is they figure out ways to be tricky about the laws so that they can achieve other goals.
Well, it was Don Henley that told us that we should kill all the lawyers and kill them tonight. And we did that, but they've repopulated since 1996 or whenever that was. And so all of DC is run by lawyers. All the bureaucrats, all the bureaucratic agencies, all the alphabets, and effectively all the judges, effectively all of the legislators. I mean, they're all people who went to law school, and there's a funny thing. Bolden talks about this all the time, and law professors will tell you this. This is something they'll tell you on the first day of class. If you're taking a multiple choice test and the answer is the 10th Amendment, that's not the right answer. Because they don't give a fuck. It's not. It's just. It's not even. It would never even occur to them to think, oh yeah, people might say we're wrong and do whatever they want. They don't think that way. What they say is law, and that's the end of it. However, with all that said, people should have learned this lesson after 9/11 with the coming of the Patriot Act. People have, not only do people have really short memories, but they also, I don't know if it's just not having big enough imaginations or what it is, that they don't seem to recognize that like 30 minutes after the first plane hit, somehow they had like a 9,000 page bill in the Senate. That means that existed before that day. They don't. It's just beyond comprehension for people to realize they didn't write that because of 9/11. They wrote that like 20 years ago, and they were like, when the time is right, you guys, here we go. We've got the package. That's exactly how all the mandates and the vax passes and all that crap has been. They would love nothing more than to have checkpoints and ask for your papers. They just didn't quite have a way to sell it. And they thought maybe this would be a way. And maybe I'm being optimistic to think this won't work. Maybe this won't be the way, because maybe you still have enough people saying, I don't really buy that. Or maybe at least geographically, you have different parts of the country saying, I don't really buy that. But again, rulings like today just leaves the door open for, I don't want to tell on him, but I could use Mike Meharry as an example. He's the National Communications Director of the 10th Amendment Center, and he and I just had this conversation right before we went on tonight of, look at the fucking cuck-servatives, as I love to call them. These are the people who are storming the gates trying to defend us against, COVID mandates and vax passes. But if you repackaged that as just the next layer of the TSA because some Muslims were angry, they would be the ones selling it.
They definitely put this on themselves. Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. Well, good effort, Andrew. Camelia, I feel like you haven't said anything in a while.
No, I agree with everything y'all are saying. So I don't really have anything to add.
You were more recently not in this worldview, and it might be insightful for people to hear about what it was like, I guess, to not be questioning.
Well, something that I would mention is, I wouldn't have considered myself awake when all the 9/11 stuff was happening. And I really think part of me being able to think critically was going off of anti-anxiety medicine. And so many people, I'm sure there's people who can think critically while they're on pharmaceuticals, but I couldn't. And I've noticed so much I don't know, just being able to see what was going on finally, since I've just a stark difference since I went off of Lexapro. So I think there's something to that, because I think that plays into what is happening with being able to trick people with this, their memories are so short, and everyone's when it's if you just sit down and look at it, it's this is exactly the same as 9/11. It's just different. And I'm sure there was something before 9/11 and that 9/11 was exactly the same as. And you just look at history and just pay a little attention. I'm not particularly well read, but it's come on, you guys, this is a racket. They're tricking us.
It shows how little effort it really has to be undertaken for people to be fully entranced.
Yeah.
Because
especially now with you don't even have to read. There's podcasts, you watch a fucking documentary, it's so easy.
I think a lot of people really are hypnotized, and I think that's how it works. I mean, I work in media, and the trickery that can happen right in that space.
You have to be curious, and I think something kills people's curiosity.
Yeah.
Draxtilian says anxiety meds make you fucking dumb. Okay.
So that's why George H.W. Bush at Eli Lilly pursued them. When he was before he was at the CIA. He was a big architect of getting people to be like this. I'm not sure why. I mean, exactly, but it feels suspicious. I mean, at the same time, right? Like you look at Obamacare and its passage, and then you look at Gen Z all being a bunch of hypochondriacs, and you might ask yourself, is there a connection, right? And the Supreme Court is responsible for why we even have Obamacare. And
Well,
it looks a lot like a lot of the insanity that younger people have today derives from the medical tyranny state that has been around for like 2 decades.
so Adam Sarkozy just said Kennedy. So I've been the examples I've been using a lot very recently have been the Kennedy assassination and then Jeffrey Epstein.
Mhm.
And while those on the surface don't are anyway related, the reason why I bring that up is that you do have a lot of people just in mainstream America who, I'm not saying they necessarily have this well-conceived plot of what happened with Kennedy, but they don't believe the official narrative. Doesn't mean that they have, it's not like they're saying aliens did it. They're just saying, I don't believe the official narrative. And in some ways, that's enough. In some ways, it's enough to just say, well, if I don't believe the official narrative, and then you kind of like extrapolate that out. Like you're helping your friend along and you tell them, well, if you don't believe the official narrative, are you trying to say that you don't believe everything that comes out of Washington, D.C.? Is that what you're... Because you want them to think. Then now apply that logic to a great many other things that you've seen and heard. And I use the Epstein example. I mean, people were posting Epstein didn't kill himself memes
Right.
for like every day for like 2 years straight. And they're right. The dude, I'm sorry, dude, okay, whatever. And I'm not even saying, oh yeah, it was Hillary Clinton. She personally went in there with a garrote wire and did the deed. But it's not a matter of explaining it in great detail. It's just a matter of acknowledging, I don't believe what the regime says about X, and then applying that logic across the board. And I think one of the failings for us as a society, because I don't get it a lot of the collectivists, we did this and we did that crap. But if there was something I wish I could do, like with this program, if there's something I wish I could do, is I wish I could reach people that maybe at the heart are really just run-of-the-mill liberals or conservatives, but they do think, well, I think something else happened with Kennedy, and I don't think Epstein killed themselves, is to grab those people and say, okay, now take that energy and apply it to everything else.
Well, but with the Epstein example especially, don't you think that you kind of have to wonder also why specifically was it about him not killing himself? Like, doesn't that sort of force us to work within a context where he's not alive at all, but maybe he's alive? Right. Like,
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of thing I think that they're often very good at doing, which is they set up a scenario that looks like you're going to have bipartisan bickering about the two sides taken. But in fact, they're kind of both just two sides of the same coin, really. And what they're suggesting as like the limit to the conversation is really just phony. And I'm sure that Epstein is hanging out on some private island right now. I mean, the idea that that dude is dead is just ridiculous. I mean, in my opinion.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing that we've got Daniel Snowden in the chat, because I know you guys probably agree on that. I don't think he thinks that Epstein is actually dead. Adam Sarkozy says of the Hillary comment, sounds like you're just covering for her. Yes, Adam. That's what it is. That always harkens back to my absolute favorite YouTube comment I've ever gotten on any of the videos I've ever done, was from some dude named Kevin, who said, "This show's production is too good. Rich parents or a Fed?" ? And I responded to old Kevin. I said, this has to be the best backhanded compliment I've ever gotten in my life. I can't wait for all the Fed money. I'm going to get all these Toyotas and machine guns and pallets of cash. It's going to be fucking sweet. We're going to have all that out there. June 4th, we're going to be able to ride around in the field in our Toyotas, just firing away.
We should try to see if we can do like a movie shoot or something too, because then the government gives you a bunch of free tanks and shit.
Oh yeah, we'll try to film a war.
Uh-oh. We got to update it again. We have a new Patreon subscriber. But unfortunately they subscribed at the troll amount. They subscribed at $1. but we won't complain, even though there should be a 0 added to that.
That's still half a gallon of gas in Tennessee, dude.
Yeah, that is true. Someone says John McAfee did not kill himself. All right, Andrew, what do you think?
That is
What do you think
correct.
about John McAfee?
John McAfee is the coolest dude ever, basically. I think he's awesome. Also, he's probably alive. What I always tell people about John McAfee is that he was the first guy to catch on to Bill Gates' bullshit. He was the first guy to notice that Bill Gates was designing an intentionally buggy, non-privacy protecting operating system so that he could get into every government office in the United States and fucking take over the federal government. John McAfee saw that computer viruses were only a thing because of Bill Gates and started to take advantage of that industry himself by making McAfee antivirus software. That software just sat there reporting back to McAfee headquarters all sorts of data about everybody for decades. And not until really the antitrust lawsuit from the government did anybody really start to put it together that Bill Gates had been basically attempting through Microsoft to take over the federal government and other governments around the world. John McAfee was actually able to put a big stop to that. And because his software was so prevalent throughout the world, a lot more people's lives and identities and privacy protections were spared. So John McAfee is a hero, not just a badass. He's a genuinely good person.
Well, there you go. I couldn't agree more. I'm sad that our producer Dave is not here because Dave and Mary, who have the Friday night gig Liberty Late Night, they had John McAfee on their program and his wife, and Mr. and Mrs. McAfee were on there for like 4 hours just shooting the shit, talking about just stuff, just life, you know. And I know that was like, for them, it was like one of the highlights of everything they've done is doing the thing. So Daniel Snowden says, I still pay $10 a month for your podcast hosting. No, you don't, because I don't host anything there, Dan. I don't know if Sherry still hosts anything there, but I think Sherry gave up. I think Sherry moved on to the great goat farm in the sky, like all of my previous producers have. So the only other person is Mike Meharry, who does Godarchy. So you should ask Meharry if he's still using that for his hosting. But I actually know that he's not even doing Godarchy right now at all. So Dan, I'm pretty sure you're actually paying $10 a month for podcast hosting for no one.
Yeah, we'll host
for 3-year-old episodes of postcards.
Aqua Computer Club will host your podcast, dude, for free.
No, yes, guys, sir. Don't listen to this, guys. This guy is not just hosting the podcast. What he's doing is he's stealing our content and saving it on servers. This is what this guy is doing. I know this for a fact because he calls me up and says, "Hey, for June 4th, let's just have an Alex Jones theater night." That's what Andrew wants to do. Is just we just pull up the projector and everyone watches Alex Jones videos all night long.
They're very entertaining.
I do have the first 8 or 9 films he made as an independent filmmaker back in the late 80s and early 90s. And I mean, you thought he was crazy now. I mean, just look at the shit he was doing back then. It was just off the chain. He doesn't even have his copies of those movies. So they're kind of rare. We would love to share the wealth.
Wow. But I mean, maybe I tell you what, maybe you're the curator. Maybe you pick out one particularly from the early days and that's particularly insane.
Yeah.
That you feel pretty confident. Like, I bet most people here have never seen this, and we'll play it.
Yeah. Which one do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to think about it.
You have that video about cops learning about how to identify Satanism. He has like a lot of like really old weird videos.
That's a good one. That was a VHS series that was intended to teach police officers about Satanists and devil worshippers during the Satanic Panic. It's pretty funny. I mean, like, you have to just wonder where they came up with this crap, and that, like, you also wonder how many hundreds, maybe thousands of cops like were told, you know, that, like, I can't even remember.
Fake stories about Satanists.
There are a lot of videos that people don't want the public to see anymore, and streaming sites like Netflix really do enable that to happen. And I think that's something that we're losing is like the ability to kind of enjoy independent media that you kind of explore yourself. And so like I'm very eager to get that out there because I'm so big into the piracy space, and I'm not afraid to say that. I will tell you all here now, I have 80 terabytes of stolen content on my servers here. And the reason is because it's a better way to enjoy it. And you get access to stuff that they don't want you to have access to. So I'd like to be able to start giving that stuff away to other people too, not just hoard it for myself. And that will include your show too, Alan, because it's important cultural content as well.
Do you have Taken by a T-Rex?
I have that on my Audible app at least. I don't know.
Oh hell, that's not even stored away. That's for quick viewing. That's what you're saying.
I gotta have it ready.
Your Audible account, I have a free for life Audible account. So, there's no limit to how many smutty books I can have. That was the one nice thing about working there is you get the free Audible for life. That's my excuse.
Free T-Rex porn.
Yeah.
Books for life. Wow. That's the American dream.
So just to recap really quick, Dan, you can absolutely shut that podcast hosting down. We don't need it anymore because we're gonna put Sherry's and Mike's old stuff next to the T-Rex porn. It Mike's show especially Godarchy. We're gonna put Godarchy. We're gonna file it right next to Taken by a T-Rex on the server. Yeah. Dan says, so you've downloaded it? Question mark, smiley face. Of course he has. It's important. The man just said it's important cultural content. He's saving it.
Saving all of it. Every Ron Paul Liberty Report, every Tom Woods show, every Scott Horton show, all that. Yep. And if the world ends or if you have no centralized internet access, they will all be available peer-to-peer over the mesh. So hopefully that means it can survive a lot of problems. The stuff's important, someone's got to save it.
Now this is just a really quick, interesting question, just for us. Now I know you're a guy that probably enjoys his high speed internet. If you got good internet out there in Bon Aqua way.
Outstanding internet. We have Comcast Business. I get a gigabit up and down, and it's business internet, so they also don't fuck with it. So
now that's important because just on the off chance that we have some famous dignitary who's going to call in and do like a thing on June 4th as opposed to be there. Like, we're like, I'm high enough in libertarian circles that I can get one of them to record me a message, but way too low in those social circles to get them to actually show up. So that's why it's important for us to have good internet.
Oh yeah, we have that plus a backup that we're going to be getting. And frankly, once Elon Musk gets his satellites out here, I'll probably get that too, just to have another fallback.
We have a question. Glenn wants to know, do you have a copy of the 60s film Wrestling Women versus the Aztec Mummy? Wow. No reason in particular, just wondering. No, it's an awesome thing to have. If I don't have it, I will be looking for it when I get off this call. That sounds sick. First thing he's going to do as soon as he hangs up is Wrestling Women versus the Aztec Mummy. Well, Glenn, thank you for that. Is that? I'm sorry. He says, never mind. It's on YouTube. Well, excuse us, Glenn. Jesus Christ. Well, that's YouTube. The whole point, but for how long? Yeah, and YouTube quality's pretty poor. I can definitely make a better video stream than them. So there's still advantages to pirating the movie. You wrote about that on the Bon Aqua Computer Club. I have actually, yes. Yeah, it's like a noticeable quality difference that I feel like most people take for granted. It's awful. It's been completely baked out of our minds. Most people don't realize that average television is actually much lower quality visually and audio wise than 10, 15, 20 years ago. So Andrew, what's stopping you and I from just making our own YouTube or podcast hosting or something to that effect? Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard. That's the biggest problem, I guess. When people talk about making your own Twitter, for instance, and stuff like that, I have to remind people that most of the value in Twitter is the fact that it's so hard to make it, right? It's not really
the external factors that are at play. It's really just that like it's hard to even get enough people to agree to do that together to make that possible. The amount of engineering that you have to do to make something even as objectionable as Twitter is quite high. And so with YouTube, I think they pay something on the order of $500 million a year just to encode video that they receive from users. And they don't make nearly enough money in revenue from ads to pay for that. So the reason is because video as a media format is sort of a elitist, protectionist media that you got to have not just big pockets, but also kind of like evil intentions to leverage it the way that Google does with YouTube. Most people, when they want to get information, they really need the audio, not the video, right? It's not the video that's important. So when people consume video and then they get used to that, they're getting all that viewing subsidized by the big tech companies that basically are eating the cost. And then they become reliant on that video to become engaged with the media that they're viewing. But that's led to a big problem, hasn't it? Right? Because if people were just more willing to accept like maybe less vivid video, we could all make our own YouTubes. The really big problem is the fact that it's video. Video is really hard, and it was never really meant to be done on computers. It's just very challenging.
All right. Well, fuck everybody else. Then how hard would it be for us to basically make a TV channel? Like, how hard would it be for us to make a site where it's on, like, it's like a network and it just runs 24 hours a day and it has our bullshit on it?
Easy, man. I do that a lot.
What was that site that showed like really old commercials?
Well, right. I mean, I don't remember the name of it, but there's a lot of those out there. If you're someone that works in web software development, there's like 10,000 prefab software projects that you can download that give you that like turnkey these days. There's even things like PeerTube, which are basically peer-to-peer versions of YouTube where you can kind of host your own collection of content and then have other people also syncing that down to host as well to make it more resilient. So there's a lot of ways that you can kind of communally build a fascinating video platform. The biggest problem that everybody will face, though, is just that video is really hard. And it's sort of protectionist economically. They've designed it that way. The big tech companies love that video is so expensive and mystical because it means that they don't have the competition that someone like us might be able to provide them. I actually do this, Alan. So like, if you want some help with a TV channel, let me know. I got you.
Well, I mean, I'm just spitballing here because because you're saying, because I mean, let's be honest here. When I say you and I do a thing, what I'm saying is you do all the engineering and I make a late night show. That honestly makes up 1/24 of a day's content.
Yo, the late night show's a lot harder, man. It's a lot harder than making a video YouTube thing.
I mean, I'm sorry. No, this is really hard, you guys. That's why this number down here has to go way up before I have to go back counting grass seed and inventory for Scott's Miracle Grow.
Well,
but in all seriousness, though, in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking, well, Andrew's saying it's really not that hard, you guys. But I'm thinking, but wait a minute. Okay, so let's say you've got a site and you pull up that site. And it's a fucking TV channel. Mm-hmm. We're not taking video like YouTube and trying to run servers that are the size of Hong Kong. It's just our own channel. And of course obviously there's the complications of it being high quality and actually having enough content to take up all the hours. But that's not really the real question though, is it? The real question is like, okay, now how does this get you paid? Like we could sit here and do 9 more hours of It's Way Too Late with Alan Mosley, co-hosted by Andrew and Camelia, but I don't think we can do this 5 nights a week for $26, which is what we're at right now. So if you had if your boss came to you tomorrow and said, "Hey, we're opening a new division here. You're going to start a TV network. Here's your frequency. How do you get paid?"
Well, I think honestly, podcasting did give us one of the best ways to monetize this kind of thing exactly, which is the independent kind of advertising by means of kind of getting the host of the show to really vouch for your product. Like the early days of podcasting advertising was a really refreshing thing. And I think a lot of people might know what I mean. When we would look at data and it showed that the podcast, people liked listening to the ads. They liked hearing the ad reads from the podcast host on average. Even Joe Rogan, who just read those ad reads in just the most like retarded way, like it was unbearable for me to listen to it. But it was one of the most engaged with parts of his podcast, even though they would run 10, 15 minutes over. I think a lot of the ways that you make money when media is new is you kind of just be real and you be credible, you be valid, and you have some authenticity. And then as the media matures, you have to start working within a system, one that you probably don't advocate for. And at that point, I think it's just time to move on and find a new medium because frankly, once advertisers get in, it's over. Like not ads for independents, but like ad executives, PR people. When you had said earlier that DC is run by lawyers, I actually think it's run by PR people, and they're even worse than lawyers. So,
So Anarcho Zero in the chat says sponsorship ? Well, see, that's the thing
Right.
about it. It would be easy for me and Andrew to sit here and say, yeah, we've got a new network. We're it's all original content. We'll just get sponsors, but the sponsors want to know. They're doing ad buys based on how many eyeballs are seeing your channel. And Arco, we haven't even got to the question of how we're going to get people to watch the station yet. See, it's one of those things where people. I mean, because this is a serious conversation for people who do what I do. It's always chicken before the egg. Is that well? I have to be able to make money. I have to be able to promote the show. I have to be able to put the kind of manpower into it to make it something that lots of people want to watch.
Right.
So I have to have a budget. I have to make it. I have to find an audience. And then I also have to have sponsors. But the sponsors want to talk about that audience. And it's just you're kind of in that death spiral. You're in that circle of, well, you're trying to raise all ships at the same time, so to speak. And I mean, in a lot of ways it's no different than we were talking about earlier. With the young musician who's trying to start out. I mean, you need to be immensely talented, but there's also lots of immensely talented people that don't make it.
That's right.
So you need to do lots of networking. And then if for any reason that gets stunted or broken, then you're falling back again on that just pure national, or natural craftsmanship. But you have to have an outlet. You have to be able to survive so that you can dedicate time to your craft. You have to have an outlet to which to deliver your craft to people. And then you have to have an income coming back from that in order to justify the manpower that you then put into the craft that you then find an outlet for. And it's just this never-ending circle. So there's a lot of people in a lot of different industries, a lot of different walks of life that are always always looking for that break. And I have talked to, I'm not going to name any names, but I have talked to successful people. I mean, people that I consider to be incredibly successful, who are in this sphere, who are content creators, who have a podcast or make a YouTube show or whatever, that are wildly more successful than me. And some of these people who have said, well, I should make something bigger than just have a show. I should make a network. I should do something akin to what we're talking about. I'm gonna launch a site, and it's gonna have all my stuff on it, so I can phase out Twitter and Facebook and Patreon and PayPal. I don't need any of them because I'm gonna have my own site for all that stuff. It's like, well, even if someone just handed thee that on a silver platter, you still got to get people to show up, right? It's not so easy as just pulling up anchor and sailing away from all the different platforms and things that are out there, because you've got to figure out a way to direct that traffic to where you are. So it's, so for a lot of people, it's never really something they entertain. They either don't have the money, they don't have the skills, they don't have the network. Well, But even a lot of people that don't make it because it's hard. It's hard. It's hard because you can be, Andrew, you said the thing about Stevie Ray Vaughan, which just breaks my heart, that there is some kid out there right now who's the next Stevie Ray Vaughan, and no one gives a fuck.
Yeah. Well, you're bringing up some good points, man. But the thing that I would remind people here, networks are feudalistic in their nature. When you kind of resign yourself to making money that way, especially in media production, what you're doing is you're basically resigning yourself to making taking a scratch off of someone else's effort and work, and you're kind of converting them, right, from this living, breathing, creative body into a mechanism for monetization and profit that has to be kind of put into business algorithms, right, and put through dashboards and spreadsheets. And I think that's a pretty easy way to kill your art and the vibe that you're going for. And I think that the thing that I tell people is that oftentimes your content is really the means to another end. Like the reason Amazon runs a content network, it's not because they want to make content. It's because they want to sell more shoes, and TV shows. Netflix, they all say, oh, Netflix doesn't have ads. They just have subscribers. But that's bullshit. I mean, you watch a TV show, a character says to them on Netflix, to another character, go to my car, but they'll say, go to my Ford. And they'll say it naturally as if there's not an obvious, exchanging of money there for that privilege. And so the way that you go about making money in your content is really not a question of how you're going to build up something that's bigger than yourself, because that's not what content creation is about. That's not what art is, right? We're supposed to be self-expressing. I actually advocate go even further. Don't do networks. Don't use the big tech companies. Build up your thing and put 10 years into it and expect to make nothing. That's what I've been doing. I think that's what many of the people I idolize and really look up to and call heroes have done. That way you have basically a limitless opportunity to do whatever you want. And then eventually someone's going to value it. And that's, maybe the payoff has to be a lot of time, invested before it really comes. But that's the honest way to do it, I think. That's how you can look at musicians as a good example of this. Frank Zappa built up a legacy for himself by just doing his thing. And he had a label, but it was for his own music, not to exploit other people's music.
Well, that's the time frame, I think, is interesting. So something all the way back in the beginning, Blake and I had talked about who's the first producer who had the party room and the studio and everything. We had talked about then when we were really just talking about, well, we'll do a show. How do we want this show? What are we thinking the nuts and bolts of this show are? What are we thinking about video and audio and different things? And Blake was in network TV for years. He had worked for Fox for a number of years. And his opinion was, well, we got to do the video. We have to build it up so that it's more professional, more attractive than just, two people with cans and a string, But we were on a 5-year plan. That was the plan that we kind of agreed to on day one. It was partly his suggestion and partly me just thinking, well, what am I willing to commit to? So we had a 5-year plan that was, you're going to do the show for 5 years. You're going to do it consistent. You can do more, but you don't do less, if that makes sense.
Right.
And just for argument's sake, let's say if you're doing a weekly show, then you're talking about doing roughly 250 episodes, about 50 episodes a year for 5 years. And for us, our timing is a little bit off because we did episode 1, and then I went to the Tom Woods 1000th, and then there was a hurricane, and then it got delayed for a few weeks. And so anyway, long story short, we've been doing, from the time that we did episode 1 to today has been slightly longer than the number of episodes we have, but only in the very beginning. Like by the time episode 3 came along, we've been doing them once a week from then on, and then some extra live streams and whatnot. And so I've told some people that, like, look, when we do this show, my thing is I'm not saying that at 5 years I need to be rich, because what's rich? I mean, what does that mean? What does success mean? So I think first of all, you have to, when you're setting goals, you have to decide what success means. Are you successful because you haven't killed yourself in 5 years? For that, good job. Does 5 years mean you don't have a day job? Does 5 years mean you have a Lamborghini? Or does 5 years mean that you can comfortably feed yourself? Like what does success mean? And so I had a very clear-cut definition of what I would say is this is what I want to have built in 5 years. And also taking into consideration that a lot of times for a lot of people in creative endeavors, it's not a straight line. It's a snowball effect. You go from 0 to 1, and then 1 to 2, and then 2 to 20, and it kind of goes from there. And so you kind of have to brace yourself for it. So I'm definitely for the concept of it takes time, but I'm also always trying to think ahead to what are some more things I could be doing. Because what I don't want to think is I don't want to reach 5 years and have not hit my goal and then start thinking of all the things I could have done that I didn't do. I don't want to start thinking of, what, I could have put in more effort. I could have done more shows. I could have reached more people, but I was, for whatever reason, I didn't do it. Because then you start to blame, all the reasons why you're blaming yourself for not achieving it. So I'm always trying to think of ways of, well, what can we do? More live streams? Can we play some games? Let's have live events. Let's do an annual show in front of an audience. Let's do a late night show with monologues and desk segments and commercial breaks. We're sitting here thinking of all these ideas of trying to do more, better. Because I don't want to reach 5 years and say, I could have done better and I just didn't because I was stupid or lazy or whatever. With all that said, this week was episode 191. For those that are counting the days to episode 250. That was episode 191 this week, and I'm not at my goal. I'm not going to announce my goal live on air. I'll just confirm for everyone at home we have in fact not made it yet. as of this moment. So I don't know. I guess I'm sort of torn somewhere between always trying to think of ideas, because I don't want to just sit back and say, well, I'm just going to wait for people to show up, because I don't think that that's a very healthy way of going about it. But on the other hand, you do definitely have to have a goal and a time frame, right?
Well, I think Camelia should speak to this. For being in the music industry, you've really, I think, been able to witness just how lazy people can be to be so-called successful. And I think, in music, it's really clear, and in comedy can be that way too. But I feel like, don't you, talk about what it was like watching these people being lazy and not really good at their jobs and still, because in music, right, when you get the label signing, that's like when you make it, right? That's like, and then you can kind of coast and sit back. And I think a lot of people have this preconceived notion of what making it really means in their minds.
Yeah.
But what's it mean to the work that you've done? It's really not indicative of actual success that they're on a label, right?
Well, I guess there's something else, that what he was saying makes me think of, that it is very similar to musicians as well, and just like working in music and wanting and like setting goals for yourself is how to make a living as a creative, especially with everything that's going on now and all the changes. It does seem like it might not be, I guess, like your goal might not look like what it actually, like what you think it should, like what Andrew was saying. And like, to me, especially with doing like the Music for All stuff, I feel like it's very similar, like this product to me as this show is for you, like to just be able to sustain yourself with a job that doesn't drain you, that you feel like is the skill set is adding to your like creative output, like in a positive way, and not necessarily making a living off of like 100% being creative, because that, like he was mentioning before, you do end up being inevitably being a slave to your fans or something if you do some sort of subscription service, because then you're constantly you're still worried about what like feedback, and you're not 100% free with what you're creating. And so the best way it seems like to actually be able to create free content with no outside coercion is, I don't know. It's like very bleak, I think. Like, and it's something that he was like would say a lot when I first met him. It's like, you shouldn't expect to make a living off of your art. And
I still believe that. Yeah.
I think there's something very sad about that. like I think people should be able to make a living off their art, but I also think if you want to hold yourself up in like the best way, like create the best life for yourself, that maybe it doesn't look exactly like that is all.
Well, yeah, in addition, I don't know, Alan, I think that one of the things that might cause you to reconsider your general perspective on this is that, like, I think that what success really does mean today is that you don't die out. Like, I think that because think about the artists who were so-called successful when they initially got successful. How many of those people are still making creative works that inspire the mind, that the fans like? How many of those people have maintained, their vibe? And I'm sure even Stevie Ray Vaughan wasn't doing that by the time he was old. If Jimi Hendrix got old, do you think he would still be a badass like he was when he was young, or would he be selling music for car commercials just like Paul McCartney today?
I would love to do that. That sounds awesome.
Well, I guess, more beyond that point is that, like, that's like a thing reserved for, I don't know, a select few people, but far more people than before. Like in the early days of music, it was like, you had to get the Catholic Church to support you. Mozart had to have a donor and people that would house him and stuff to be able to make his music. And then you had to find like hundreds of people to agree to play his music and, all that stuff. And plus there wasn't even electricity back then. So like when I look at the world today, I mean, I do see an immense improvement in the creative worlds that we're able to produce. The problem is that now they're subject to these like cancerous lesions that kind of form on the body of the thing of the success almost immediately.
The existing system discourages free speech.
Yeah, I mean,
so I'd say just a couple things I would say is, for one, I very much look forward to selling out. I cannot wait. Like that's like there's that South Park episode where they say, sell out, cash in, bro down. It's a 3-step plan to what we're trying to do here. Another thing I would say is that the way I've looked at a lot of stuff we've done over the years, because we've evolved over time, it was the gold standard and we had a lot more like intellectual type guests and talked about some really serious topics and stuff like that. And it's not that we don't do that at all now. It was more that I'm going to blow my brains out, so I'm not going to do that anymore. I mean, there's only so many episodes you could do about price gouging and police brutality where you're like, I think we got it. We got it. The police are bad and prices go up when there's nothing to buy. We got it. And so, we've evolved a little bit over time. But the beautiful thing about that though is that in the process of doing that, we've learned a lot. Like it's taking the skills that we've accumulated and this studio and all the stuff that we do and the following that we have, and like, okay, well then let's carry this on into the future. What will we do next? How can we apply these skills and these tools to other things? What I will say, kind of touching a little bit on what Camelia said last, is in the environment in which we currently live and in our particular community, if I was a really great carpenter and there was people who wanted carpenters and you, through doing your own carpentry work, became really good at it, then you could theoretically do it for more people and make more money. But in our line of work, when I go on here and say, fuck the government, and make lots of enemies on both sides of the political aisle, that's not always as conducive to then turning around and getting a lot of lucrative opportunities as it would be if you were just someone in with a tech or a skill who otherwise had a relatively low profile. I'll give you a recent, actually interesting example. There's a local private school here that does, it's kind of like a magnet sort of a thing that they just do like arts and skills and stuff like that. And it's mostly like, parents are having to pay tuition for their kids to go to these classes, and it's like an after school kind of a thing. And they have a class for this, for like recording and editing and streaming and teaching kids how to be like, oh, are you interested in journalism? Are you interested in, on camera, behind the camera, whatever? They had a class for that. And the lady who was teaching that has moved on to something else. And I got a message from them saying, hey, would you be interested in coming in to talk about that? To talk about running this class. And I said, sure, I'd be happy to come talk to you about it. Now, this isn't like a huge opportunity or anything. But the next problem is that I know the lady who runs this organization. She's a great lady, but they're going to watch my show. I think we all know what's going to happen next. There's somewhere between a 0 and a 1% chance that they're going to sell out that class to kids whose parents are going to check this out before. Adam Sokosin says, say DS. So DS stands for dick shitter. That's one of like my catchphrases. So yeah. When they tune into an episode where I'm talking about how John McCain was a dick shitter, that's kind of it for that class's particular prospects. He also says, Post Malone, based or nah? What kind of question is that? I don't know. I don't know anything about Post Malone other than he has tattoos on his face. That's all I know about him.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards nah, but I also don't have any information.
He lives in isolation somewhere with a lot of land, as I understand it, because he can't stand the LA party scene or something like that. So I don't know, maybe it's all an act. But he seems to be a slightly different character than others in that world. But yeah, I don't know. Does he think about things much? I've never really heard him say ideas or anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of ideas he has.
Yeah, his music is pretty simple too. So I don't know. It's very at the heart, right? Like, yeah, I'm willing to be swayed on that. I've definitely encountered interesting musicians in the pop world that ended up being very interesting and much more so-called based than I would have expected. Like, frankly, like Michael Jackson. I don't know. That's probably going to be a big controversial thing to say, but frankly, he might be the most based pop musician ever. We
rewatched that Oprah interview.
Yeah.
From like a really long time ago.
He was trying to save those kids. He was not molesting them. It's obvious.
Yeah, like he's basically like crying about like childhood trauma, and she's just like harassing him. It's very bizarre. The whole thing's very strange. Anyways, that's an aside.
Well, no, it's not actually, because that's the thing. It's like the kind of people that end up actually being truly legendary and heroic in music, they're not often seen that way initially. Like, no one liked Captain Beefheart when he was alive.
Yeah, it seems like the better you are, the more slandered you get.
Because
in most fields,
he was the most loved musician, though, and everyone thought he was this evil person, but it's kind of obviously he wasn't.
Well, so that's kind of a whole other side bit to this conversation we're having right now, which is you hear the story of the people who will say, hey man, I'm with you on this. I just can't say anything because I've got to maintain appearances or whatever, and kind of weighing how that's not illogical. It's totally logical for them to think that way, but then to also think, yeah, but you're not actually helping me. Like when you tap me on the shoulder and say, hey man, I support you, I'm just going to keep that on the download. That didn't help me at all. I just assumed you didn't tell me that.
Yeah.
Talk about Music for All. That's already been something you've heard from people you've interviewed.
Well, yeah, that's the entire idea behind it, is to try to help. Like, I'm not a musician. No one gives a fuck what I say. So I'm trying to like create some sort of shield for these people. Like, it's like, if anyone cared to yell at me, which no one has, that's the other thing though. I don't know that, what you're talking about with like teaching in schools, like that might be a real consequence of being like a vocal anarchist. But like outside of that, like, I think people get they're scared of something that doesn't really quite exist. Like that they're not gonna get razzed quite as much as they think they're going to, because everyone secretly agrees with them and are just scared to speak up for the most part.
Well, and even when maybe people don't agree, right, with Alan, I actually think that the content's probably the least important aspect to your talent, right? Like it's really more about the production and about your understanding of media, right? And I think a lot of parents wouldn't even make it far enough into the video to ever see you say anything objectionable. But beyond that, pedagogy is absolutely one of the best ways to monetize your skills in this space. And it's obvious when you look at any artistic practice that pedagogy is always 100% one of the most important things that happens within the life of a person who's a big contributor to the space. So like, I went to music school, and Rostropovich's like best friend was, the cellist, right? He was also a cellist, and he was at the school teaching. He didn't have to, but he was 100 years old, and he was smoking cigarettes in the auditoriums and stuff, and it was cool. Like that's a really big tradition. And I think the reason is because it is like a way to kind of cash in on your life of misery and self-hatred that often is, the experience of being a creative.
I just want to say really quick, the people in chat right there aren't laughing at you guys. They're laughing because I said dick shitter. It's like a bingo card thing. So I didn't want you guys to see the chat on screen and be like, why are they laughing at us? It's not that.
It's all UTF-8 characters to me. That's okay.
Yeah. All right. I'm just making sure. I mean, so I mean, but to be clear, because I don't want to like sell this the wrong way. When I tell people I have like a specific goal in mind for a 5-year window, that's not like I have to hit that goal on Patreon. That's not what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be the totality of everything coming together. If we have 7 different income streams or side hustles using the tools and knowledge at our disposal, and it adds up to that goal, that counts. It doesn't have to just be just this one thing. But this is the one thing that obviously is the most present, that gets put the most out there. It's almost like an advertisement in of itself. I recently started a little side project for the 10th Amendment Center, and I kind of count that as the same thing. Like that's part of it.
Yeah.
If I'm able, what's interesting, just as a totally random side note, because what I'm doing for Attack has like nothing to do with this. It's like I'm working on spreadsheets. It has nothing to do with any of this. But I have, on limited opportunities, I've talked to people and said, well, if you're wanting to do something and you have a budget of X and you're wanting to do a thing, I can help you. I'm not going to make your content for you, but I can help you take that jump from I have things rolling around in my head and put them on here, put them on screen, put them on the internet, put them wherever. The problem with that is kind of the same thing, because I was a jazz musician before. Imagine that. Imagine a guy who's so fucking stupid that he thinks, I don't have an audience, I should be a jazz musician. And then when 2 people show up to that, because no one fucking listens to jazz, he's like, okay, I'm going to go start a libertarian podcast. Imagine being that goddamn retarded. So that's me. But the reason I bring that up is that, unfortunately, there's a lot more people out there that think they want to do something than really want to do it when they realize it's going to take some effort. There's lots of people. It's kind of one of the reasons why there's so many podcasts in general, right? Like it's easier today than it's ever been in the past to decide you're going to sit down with a buddy and just shoot the shit for an hour, and that's going to be a podcast, and you're just going to record it on Zoom or Skype or something, and now you have a show. It's way easier now than it's ever been before. But it's also really easy to make crap, right? And I mean, and that's an overlay for music industry. Like I've been to open mic nights and seen people perform and been like, oh wow, they're amazing. I should leave. I should cross my name out on the list and not go up there. And I've also been to those same open late nights and been like, holy shit, they're bad. I'm about to go up there and be the next fucking John Mayer compared to that motherfucker. There's all walks of life, but there's way more people out there who think they want to do a thing and then they do it for like 3 months and they're like, fuck this, and they move on. But they never really did it, if that makes sense. Like they were only scratching the surface of what it takes or what can be done. or whatever. Justin Bayola says, "You do a great job. Don't be discouraged." I'm assuming he's talking to you guys. Good job, you guys. Don't be discouraged in anything that you guys do. So I don't know. Like when I meeting you guys very recently and seeing the stuff that the kind of dual projects that you have going on out there. It's like on the one hand, I'm like, wow, that's really inspiring. I hope that works out. And on the other hand, I'm like, well, I wonder where they'll move to next.
I mean, that's the thing that I decided a long time ago, was that I was never, ever going to make this a money thing. I have always had to basically, because I never wanted to compromise and because I'm difficult with authority, I always have had to figure out some way to live that didn't involve my art, because I never wanted to compromise it. And I think that just sort of happened to prepare me adequately for this moment we're in now. And I think, it's all about time. That's really what it's about. Like with everything that we're getting now access to, it's not giving us more high quality things to say. And it's not giving us better music to play. It's just giving us more opportunities to capture it and more ways of working with it and distributing it. And so, ultimately it's still about the craft. And so few people even do that, right? So few people do what you do, Alan, and they don't have a production schedule. They don't do it consistently week after week. And they don't build from just having a knack of talent at something to living that life, right? Because it doesn't really matter if you're a composer of music, for instance, and you've played 800 concerts or if you've played 8, because if you've spent the same amount of time doing it as each other, then they're both composers of music. And it's really the pain and the struggle that defines it, I think, unfortunately. But on the optimistic side, I look at history and I just see how many more people are able to express themselves now than before. And so I think that, frankly, we're in the musical golden age now, and people don't even know it. That's how good we have it, is that there are literal masterpieces being composed, and there's no audience for it. But yet, despite that, we all can hear it if we want to. That's a pretty interesting world we're in.
Hey, is there anybody in chat that remembers how Andrew said we're going to make money on our website? I missed that part. I had to take a break. If you could repeat again how it was that we were going to do that, that'd be great.
I actually, wait, what? I don't think I said that.
You explicitly did not. Yeah. You said no money.
No money. No, the money comes incidentally.
Free.
So look.
Yes, the money does come incidentally.
So like
you're saying with the school that you're probably gonna get fired from.
The Blue Oyster Cult. They made that song "Don't Fear the Reaper." You know that?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So you know how that's like actually one of the most profitable songs ever made. Do you know why? It's because Will Ferrell did that retarded thing in Saturday Night Live with "Don't Fear the Reaper" and the cowbell. The Blue Oyster Cult never, in their wildest dreams, imagined that stupid bullshit was going to happen with their song. But all it took was Will Ferrell hearing that song one time for him to then, years later after the song came out, to license it for that Saturday Night Live skit. And it's now one of the most heavily paid for songs ever because of that. And like, that's really evidence, I think, that like the way that you create the dividends that it pays aren't always obvious. And I think the thing that you have to do is not be discouraged, because, you don't really know once you make the thing you've made how it is exactly that it's going to make money for you. But if you believe in it, it might have value one day. I think that's just a pretty good example of like a song that you wouldn't think made people like an assload of money, but in 30, 40 years after the fact, but it did. So I think that's often how this stuff works.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Camelia, go ahead.
No, the answer is, if you don't ever make any money, then you can't make less money than that.
Wow.
I really, like, that whole time I was thinking he's about to say the money was the friends we made along the way. It's coming. He's about to say it. Yeah.
Well, like, this is really stupid, but like, so I've done, a lot of the work I've done has been like e-commerce stuff for for record labels and manufacturing and stuff like that. And I really don't like my current job. It's like pretty stressful, but then I just like randomly met this guy who wants me to help him do like marketing and like a website for his gym. And that's not something that like appeals to my interest, but that's something that like I have experience in because of the working in the things that like I was passionate about. So it would be like easy to do that. And so I don't know, like, I mean, I guess it's like, it's not like the best idea. I don't know. I think about this a lot because it applies to musicians, like how to, the answer I just keep coming back to is what Andrew says. It's like, you just have to do it because you love it. And if consistency, it'll just keep like what you lack in revenue, you gain in like value that you contributed to the world. So it's like, fine.
I didn't know that Andrew was opening a gym.
Yeah, we have a gym here too.
That's awesome.
Selling supplements.
Well, okay, the supplements, that's a totally different thing than the gym. I could see where that would be pretty lucrative. Adam Sakosin says sometimes you have to work as an intern for Kevin Spacey before you get a job or get a part.
Exactly.
Nice.
You need to do it like an OnlyFans or something.
Ron Howard once yelled at me because I couldn't find him a Diet Coke that was cold. I was 15. He made me cry.
Huh.
At least he didn't rape you.
Boy, this is why they work, you guys. Is that, you know, if one's down, the other one brings them up. Hey, Andrew, you didn't get raped. So, you know, turn that frown upside down is what she's saying.
I mean, you know, it just comes to show, you know, you got to pay your dues. I think that's like the point, you know, to some extent.
Yeah, and some of us pay our dues forever.
Yeah. Well, it's all pain, you know, it's all painful to do this. Like,
yeah,
we're not supposed to be, humans aren't supposed to be doing this stuff. Like evolutionarily, we made a mistake somewhere. We discovered fire and we figured out how to express ourselves because we were able to be protected in the night. Ever since then, that was like a million years ago. Ever since then, we've been sort of like fighting our own bicameral mind. That's really what music is. That's what creation is. It's really us subconsciously pushing down that other force within us that hasn't really been allowed to exist for a long time. And the longer it goes on this way, the harder it's going to be to grapple with it. So I think that's why a lot of people are experiencing things like, you can hear about people having like, what do you call that when like you can't, like writer's block, you know, it isn't a thing that people wrote about in like the Middle Ages. You know, and they were writing a lot back then.
They were smarter than us.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were way dumber than us, actually.
Really? I think we evolved, made ourselves quite dumb. But you're smarter than me, so you would know.
Anyway, the problem I think is that we're kind of natural beasts, you know, and that's the artistic side of us, is us kind of suppressing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I will say I strongly disagree on one thing you guys said, because you were saying that, you know, if your whole business model is you're getting all these subscribers and they're paying your bills, then now your content is a slave to them. That is 100% not true. My audience knows I don't give a fuck what they think. Every time anyone sends me any type of message on here that says you guys ought to do this, we always just hit them with the nobody gives a shit. We don't care, but the thing is, though, is that they know they're consenting adults. They know that we don't care what they think.
Right.
I mean, we're the people that had Ron Paul on the show just to ask him if a hot dog is a sandwich. So I know a thing or two about making the most of an opportunity. All right.
What did he say?
Actually, in all seriousness, he gave because we've asked a bunch of people questions like that. He actually gave one of the best answers. He really did. Dude's pretty quick on his feet for 400 years old. So I didn't want to scare him with like a question way out of left field, like if you have two lasagnas and you stack one on top of the other, is it still two lasagnas or now just a lasagna? I just asked him the classic standard, is a hot dog a sandwich? And after I asked him, he immediately said that it was giving him nightmares from when he was in D.C. because that sounded like something that they would have to get a congressional panel together to investigate and deliver deliver their results 6 months later. And then I said back to the man's face, live on camera, that sounds exactly like what a fucking politician would say. And I can't imagine for the life of me how we don't have 1 million views. It's the weirdest thing.
You know, he doesn't always give himself credit as a communicator, but I think he was actually quite a strong communicator. And a lot like I think other presidents in our recent history, he's probably quite a different person individually. I'm pretty jealous of you.
Well, the thing, so I agree with you. You know, a lot of people like to say this old boohoo line of, well, you know, Ron Paul could have been president, but you know, he wasn't the best communicator. So I disagree with that.
Yeah.
For one, Leviathan wasn't interested in having Ron Paul be president of the United States. That's one thing. And another thing is that we're the kind of people who, if Ron Paul had a serious chance to get elected, and other people were saying he's too old, we would say, no, he's not. He's not too old. I mean, he's still doing the fucking Liberty Report now. And when he ran in 2012 was his last race.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he obviously wasn't too old then because he would have already had 2 terms now, right? But with that said, he was too old to stay in the game because people had no idea. Like, he personally was not the best sleeper. Like, he couldn't get comfortable in hotel rooms. And I mean, and he was an older man, and the rigorous schedule it would take, not just the campaigning and the running for president, but if you're going to be the guy who's going to try to make talking about the fucking Federal Reserve mainstream, then you're on the bus, you're on the road, and you're going from city to city like the town crier with the bell, and it's a lot of demanding physical labor. And if Ron Paul had been Ron Paul and had as all the supporters that Ron Paul had when he was 48, he'd still be out there doing it right now, and maybe it would have grown. But he wasn't. That's just life, you know.
But
it's just. But what?
So MAGA, look at MAGA today. Like, are they going to be even a thing ideologically in 10 years? Like, I don't think so. You know, I think Ron Paul is very, very aware of what he's doing, and that it's always been about spreading a message and not about winning elections. I think that, you know, he probably got a lot more achieved by being the underdog. And I think even Trump acknowledged this strategy when he himself became a victim in many ways, and then yelled about election fraud and stuff, and sort of solidified himself as being that kind of distressed ideologue, right? But I don't think it's a legitimate positioning, and he's also on his way out. Ron Paul left a legacy that's going to probably never go away to some extent. And, you know, he never won, but I think he'll end up being more successful than Trump when all is said and done. Because
Dan says, I voted for Ron Paul in 1988. Dude, you voted? You fucking statist.
Libertarian Party. You know, he had like a fucking he had some sort of crazy ad that really made him look like a pretty spry dude back then. But I guess
a gun or something.
Yeah, but he wasn't. He was a doctor back then, so he was kind of playing both fields a lot like I do with music and like you do. You know, I think all of us have to sort of figure out a way to be pure, you know, for the thing that we love. And he figured out the way to do it, I think.
Well, I'm nothing if not pure. So I agree with you on that. So, you know, the thing about MAGA is, so this actually goes back into what Mahari and I were talking about the other day, is that just kind of like do it like a bird's eye view of the political landscape right now. And then if we don't, we're getting close to that time in the program where if we don't get another donation here in the next few minutes, I'm going to play the slow jazz. And then if the slow jazz runs out, the show is over. That's the rule. Kind of just a bird's eye view of the political landscape right now is the problem with Trump is, first of all, nobody in their right mind would want to work for Donald Trump. If you worked for Donald Trump, they're going to go after your kids. You're never going to get a job ever again. The media is going to be on you 24/7. And then the moment you turn around and walk out the door, Donald Trump's going to stab you in the back because that's what he does. That's one thing. The next thing is, and actually just to that point, he's doing it with DeSantis right now. So DeSantis, who is the golden boy from Florida, who's just every conservative's hero right now. He was a big Trump guy. He's hitched his wagons to Trump. And just the other day, Trump comes out big time pro-vax, big time pro-boosters. And why wouldn't he be? He was the guy in office when they were trying to push the jabs. And then he says people like DeSantis who won't confirm their booster status are gutless. So there you go. Trump can't help himself. Trump has to make himself the number one no matter what. He's like that. And for the liberty types, like there's that segment of the libertarian population who are like, well, he's the most libertarian president we've had in my lifetime. I like Trump. Well, you know what? He could have pardoned, Albrecht, Manning, Snowden. He didn't do it. Fuck him. Let him burn and straight in hell. I wonder what him, Reid, and John McCain are all going to talk about when they get there. So that's how I feel about them. But then the next layer of the onion is, and I say this to the DeSantis people. Everyone thinks, well, Biden's worse because we live in such a black and white binary world, right? It's who is worse. Well, Biden's worse, so I'm going to go vote for the Republicans. Well, as we discussed earlier, DeSantis, you're right. DeSantis won't promote the vax the vax pass. He'll just bomb Iran and then promote the TSA pass. It'll just be branded differently. So fuck him there too. But then the final thing being is, if you genuinely thought DeSantis was great and you genuinely loved what he was doing in Florida, if you were a Floridian and you genuinely loved what DeSantis was doing in Florida, then the worst news you could get is to hear that he was leaving office to go run for president.
That's a good point.
That would be the worst news you could get. And so I'm blown away when I hear all these people saying, Kristi Noem and Ron DeSantis should head to D.C. Well, then fuck their states, right? Like, is that what you're saying? Because they're going to go to D.C., do nothing, and then be out. That's what's going to happen. And your purple Florida will go back to blue tomorrow because they left all those people there to rot. It's a cultural thing, and it takes time. Like, I'm not a political person, but I'm saying for the political people out there, that would be the worst idea in the world for you to hear.
Yeah.
I just want to say really quick, Dan says Peyton Manning isn't in jail because of Trump. What? You know what? Peyton Manning should run for president, Dan. That's who should run for president.
So, I lost my train of thought.
DeSantis is gay.
The problem with, I think, that entire mode of thinking, like you said, it goes past even like, oh, fuck those people in that state that they were doing good work for. It's also like, what makes you think that that's going to be something that can be ingested at the national level? Like, it doesn't really show a lot of, I don't know, like understanding of other people. It's not. It seems like everybody is really most interested in voting in a way that suggests what they like on TV. I think really that's ultimately what the voting is all about. It's like you're really interested in expressing your view on what you think about TV and talk radio and televised news. I think that's why people voted against Trump or for Trump. They either wanted to see more of his stand-up comedy or they wanted to never see his Hitlerism again. And I don't think it really had anything to do with policies or anything, ideas at all. It was more just about not wanting to see that guy on TV.
Yeah, I can kind of get that. And again, people tend to look in such very narrow time frames. So not only do you see one state start to improve comparatively to another, and then all those people want that guy to go to DC, which is mind-boggling. You're right. You know what? But this is, your old school boomer cons would be wanting to talk about things like nullification or federalism, for instance. Well, if you believed that stuff, then you would know that the best path forward is to not try to get DeSantis elected president. The best path forward is to, again, if you like DeSantis and you think Florida can be the next great bastion of freedom, then you would keep him there and you would elect 20 more DeSantises for the next 100 years. And there you go. I tend to be of the mind that the American empire is going to collapse. It's going to happen eventually, and perhaps even sooner than later. So that would be all the more reason for your local community, and then, just the lowest decentralization possible being as well off as possible. If your community's really well off, great. If your county's well off, that's great. If your state's well off, that's great. DC's not going to be, the America is not going to be well off. That's an impossible dream for none of us have the way to make America well off. We do have the ways to make closer to home better off. So I don't know. It's not to get back into the whole like SCOTUS ruling stuff today, but I saw that TAC had already released a little thing talking about how you see some states introducing legislation where the legislation just says, it's very 10th Amendment-y. It just says, any presumptive mandates on X, Y, and Z will be null and void in the state. The state will not reuse resources to enforce X, Y, and Z. Y'all could be working on that legislation now. You could have been working on that legislation before the mandate existed. You could be working on the legislation after SCOTUS already ruled, just assuming that they'll rule wrong. It would be better for you to assume they'll get everything wrong, but it doesn't matter to you because y'all have already said fuck you.
Yeah, no, best way I can explain that is to say that when we moved here, the stress kind of melted away, because it's freeing to be in an environment where you don't have to put up with that regular inevitability. And I think, local is definitely best. That's why I'm really supportive of people like Buck Johnson, who are doing his run in his local area in Texas, who you've actually interviewed on Music for All, where he's put a lot of really great insights into how he's been able to kind of live with all this nonsense in this world. Just as an aside, there are people, I think, showing examples of how to do this everywhere. And I'd like to think that we're trying to blaze a path forward for that here in Bon Aqua. It's true, man. Like, there's going to be really bleak parts of the country. And I think we just left one of them. I'm trying really hard to get some of my family out of there. And, it's interesting how stubborn people can be about leaving. But, the thing that allows us, I think, to keep going is the fact that it doesn't really matter what Biden does or says to us. Like, I'm not sure if it even has a material impact on people in Columbia, Tennessee, let alone Hickman County.
Yeah, exactly. Well, on that note, let's try to bring this thing full circle here. So first of all right. We'll take a moment to reflect. Camelia, do you have a final thought?
What are we doing?
I have low ceilings.
Now, just bear in mind, we're gonna go around the room, ask everyone for their final thoughts. But of course, if we get a donation, then we play the intro music again and we start all over.
The entire thing?
Well, not the entire thing. It's more like we go for like another 15 minutes and then play the slow jazz again.
Yeah, giving people a lot of power over us. Yeah, I guess my final thoughts, it might not really be my final thoughts, but maybe are
well, no, like, you're not dying. I'm just asking you your final thoughts on the show.
I guess I would just want to tell people about my newsletter / blog if they're interested in it. It's musicforall.club. It's on the internet. It's a weekly newsletter, and we're compiling tutorials and interviews and trying to build a community of like-minded musicians across all genres. And it's very exciting, and it makes me I find it very inspiring reading these interviews and talking to musicians, because I feel like you don't hear that very much. Like, it's kind of pushed away, like what all this has done to music, and I think it's really important. So like if we're going to destroy the government, it doesn't matter. There's no future,
Yeah, so there's the link in the chat. It's musicforall.club. Yeah, you know what? If you guys can get a jazz band for June 4th, that'd be great.
Oh, I'm on the case.
Okay. I'd be a lot more likely to go back to performing music, but I don't have one of those just in my pocket. I don't have a band that just follows me around and plays the soundtrack of my life. I wish I did.
Not that attitude.
All right. Wait, hold on. Jesus Christ. All right, so actually that's not going to count. So Daniel Blanchett tried to donate 1 penny. That actually doesn't count. We're not going to take 1 penny. I will do you the honor of updating the live tracker to 25.01. That doesn't.
How you donate amounts like that?
They're going to PayPal, and he donated a penny, and then he didn't even leave a message. His message was, "Take that, faggot." That was his message. You know what, Dan? Donating 1 penny means I start the song over again. That's all that does. Andrew, do you have a final thought?
Well, I would encourage people to check out bonaqua.club, which is the companion site to musicforall.club. What I would encourage you to do is to go and read my many articles.
Wait, hold on. Is it bonaqua.club or bonaquacomputer.club?
It's bonaqua.club.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I have many articles there about how, for example, about 1/4 of all the people that are interviewed in news media are fake. Like, they're not real people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of generative adversarial shit going on in our televised news, and you're going to read all about it at bonaqua.club. You'll see some great examples of Biden clearly being manufactured. We got some other ones of, we have this girl who was kidnapped actually in somewhere in West Tennessee, and she's not even real. Her name is Daphne Westbrook. You can Google that. They still have her up in there. That's my only thought.
All right. So anyway, Dan donated $2 more and actually said, "Take that, faggot," this time. So as promised, I read what you said in the message. So there you go. But I feel like that still only restarts the music. But Andrew, tell us about how you're kidnapping children again.
So I've been discovering there's been a lot of interesting chatter on certain internet resources I like to lurk around, where people are showing that there's a big U.S. corporation who has been paid a lot of money to make fake people and then to give them interviews with people like Lester Holt. And I think a lot of people probably that watch your show have seen the Pfizer CEO's neck, that video of his neck acting all crazy. There's a lot of examples of that in, contemporary television and some online stuff too. It's pretty evident that there's a pretty massive campaign going on where a lot of the people who are on television, who are being interviewed, who are thought leaders in spaces aren't real people, and they're generated.
Well, they're real. They existed once.
Yeah, maybe.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Isn't there like everyone or fakepeople.com or something?
Everything is fake.gay.
No, that's not what I was talking about.
That's the website you can go to get all that info.
So Dan just donated 48 cents, and he says the Memphis basketball team. So that's an inside joke here on the show. So we did like the first live stream we ever did. Dan was in the chat, and he said that they don't call the Memphis Grizzlies the Memphis Grizzlies. He said that they call them the Memphis, and another festive word for black people. And Dan actually said that. Like, I don't mean he said it with asterisks. I mean he actually typed it out on Facebook. And there's Dan still on Facebook. Explain that shit.
Good for him.
Yeah, congrats. That's what I would say.
Well, maybe
yeah.
It's like I don't know. I can't think of. Is that the actual name of the team?
Okay, so no, the actual NBA team is the Memphis Grizzlies. The Memphis Niggers is not an actual team. That's only Dan's favorite team. And Dan's response is, "I do what I can to get banned, and it doesn't work." Well,
wow. Like so in New York City, just for anyone who's not aware of this, you are definitely raised to avoid ever saying that word like the plague. And my suspicion for the longest time was that if you typed that into Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, that it's like an immediate auto ban.
Yeah.
But then one day I drank a lot of whiskey and I tried it, and it got me 0 bans. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
seems to be a bit more nuanced than I thought.
All right. Real question. Real question. Are people more racist up there or down here?
Up there for sure. It's not.
So it's
even
all projection
close.
than them calling us racist.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't even really know what the source of it. I haven't had enough time to think about it, but what I will say is that there's just a lot more normality among relationships of people of different races down here. There's just a lot more people actually sort of still might behave racist, but they're still friends, like down here. That's kind of the funny thing about it too. It's like, yeah, honestly, in the North, you got segregation of communities. There's all these little enclaves, and I always thought it was because the communities were protecting themselves, but it wasn't from outsiders. It was from themselves. You know, the communities that hate each other the most were always next to each other. Like the Hasidic community and the Black community in Crown Heights, like that's the kind of thing that like you only really can achieve if you're willing to do what the North does, which is like scapegoat and divide people, and that's not really what I see down here.
Dan says, I have a diatribe about Northern versus Southern racism. So, Dan, you should come on the Monday night community stream and talk about that, I think. He says, Northern racists think they're okay, but will move if a black person moves into their neighborhood. Southern racists still invite black people to their barbecues.
Right.
Yes.
That's the correct way to look at it. And then also they embrace, the cultures of other people, whereas in the North, you are expressly told that's not okay. As someone who plays jazz drums, I frequently witness this problem myself, where even just doing things like playing music together is sort of hard to do if you're not all the same race. That's not something I see down here.
Mm-hmm.
Not nearly as much as up north.
Okay. So would you say that you personally have more issues with being a racist or being a child predator?
Wait, for myself or for other people?
No, I think just for you. I'm just kidding. I like to purposely cut people off at the worst possible time.
I mean, obviously, it's better to be a racist than a child predator, I think. How can you even defend?
I don't know. I mean, you look at the current culture, they seem to be defending one more than the other.
Ooh. But that's super interesting. But the music just stopped. That's
Pizzagate and AI will be another day, I guess.
That's a really, really interesting topic that I really want to get into, but we haven't gotten another donation, so that's it. We'll have to leave it there. Some people think that being a pedo is way worse than being a racist, but that's not what CNN says, and we'll just have to talk about that another day. So now that you guys have been on, this isn't It's Too Late, the weekly show. This is one of our private live streams. But now that I've destroyed y'all's careers professionally, how's it feel to have been on the show?
Oh man, I loved this. This was a lot of fun, and I think it's really great to see so much community engagement. I love all your people talking shit at you while we do this call. That was really fun.
Oh, and Arco Zero says he went to the website and he just realized that he saw Andrew on the Run Your Mouth podcast. That was great.
Thank you. And definitely
Look
check that out. That's a really good interview I did with Rob about the vaccine passports and IBM and how they were involved in the first Holocaust, and they're going to probably be involved in the next one too. So definitely check that out.
Yeah. Well, now I'm not sold on them. I thought they were bad.
Oh, God.
Oh, man. There is a special kind of talent those dudes have. That's for sure.
Dan says, Alan's dating someone who looks like a child. He must be a pedophile. So see, Dan, this is how you do it. So if you think that children are kind of hot, but you don't want to go to jail. You just find an adult who looks like a child.
Oh no.
Yeah. See, Andrew's fine because Andrew's like, I work in tech. I'll rebound from this. But Camelia's like, this is the end. This is it for me.
No, I think the N-word was the end for me.
Yeah.
Downward.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I do delete the live streams after we do the live stream. But of course, the guy sitting next to you records everything, so he'll use it. Andrew is big tech. He'll use that against you should he need to build a case.
You're probably not wrong about that.
Dan says Alan is definitely an N-word. I've been called that several times actually in my life.
No kidding.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Oh
wild.
yeah.
Like serious? Like
Yeah.
in what context?
Yeah, someone called Kyle Rittenhouse that too.
Yeah.
When before he
yeah.
shot him to death, I think.
I mean, so first of all, I've been around a lot of minorities my whole life, and second of all, as Dan just pointed out, have you seen my hair? Yeah. See, my hair's that way because I'm down with the swirl. Andrew's is that way because he's from Israel.
No, we never made it to Israel. We had to go to America instead, apparently.
Yeah. You know, I tell you what would you least like to be called? The N-word or the J-word?
Ooh.
You got called the K word at the DMV.
Yeah, actually, at the Nashville DMV, someone called me a kike. That was crazy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, dude.
Wait, hold on a second. Somebody send in a fucking $5. Are y'all kidding me? Now shit's getting real. Hold on. All right. So Andrew, tell us about your trip to the DMV.
Sure. I had just finished driving for 2 hours, and I had to get my for 2 days rather. I had to get my New York City learner's permit turned into a Tennessee learner's permit. So I go to the DMV, and I don't know, I got it all fucking wrong or something, and I was confused and asking the dude some questions. He was not too happy about being asked questions about his job, and said to me that I was talking to him like he was an idiot. And then after I replied to him that I was sorry, he said, "Goddamn kike," and he walked away and continued to not process my papers. But then when a girl overheard him say that, and she's had this big, huge, wide-eyed expression, she couldn't believe it. She came to me and fucking took care of my problem in like 2 minutes. But this old Nashville dude was super pissed at me and called me a kike. It was like the first interaction I had in the city of Nashville when I moved there. And that's when I realized I probably made a good call not going to the cities.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And then the second time you went to the city, you got hit by a car.
Yeah, then when Rob Bernstein, was here for his live show, I got run over by a car, by a Jeep, what? Was it a Cherokee?
I think it was a Wrangler.
It was a Wrangler, yeah.
I just want y'all to notice from the updates down here in the corner that we're talking about things the audience is interested in. So donations are starting to spike now. Got another $5 that says, keep talking about Jews and N-words. Notice he said Jews, but wouldn't type out, he said N-words. That's how you know the word is worse.
Well,
that's how you know.
But see, the word is worse, but it's a condemnation of a much stronger type to be called, a Jew. Because at its most extreme, what does that imply about you?
Yeah, I was just about to go on a little rant saying, the thing about Jews is, but then I realized, God, we could be here all night. But, what I was going to say is that, so I'm from Columbia, Tennessee, right? And there's actually a really high black population. Like, what's the black population nationwide? It's like 9%, something like that, 10%.
9%, yeah.
It's technically gone down, I think, because there's a higher Hispanic population now. In Murray County, it's like 18%, something like that. There's just a higher larger black community. Very, very, I know you'll be shocked to hear this. Not a huge Jewish community in Columbia, Tennessee. Not really that big. So way higher black community. So if you were going to school here, growing up here, walking around here, you would genuinely be more taken aback. Like, oh, you're Jewish? What does that mean? You're different. Explain this. But by an enormous margin than if you went to school here, you went to school with everyone, went to school with Hispanic kids and black kids. And I don't think I even had a single Jewish person in any class I ever had until I left grade school. Until I went to college.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean...
I didn't either.
But I will say this, though. I had classmates at college who, when they heard I was from Columbia, they thought I was, that's like being from Chicago. They thought I was a gangster. And they were like, because they hear all these bad things about crime and whatever. And there are people, this is not a joke now, there were people who I went to school with at Maryville College who were from like the outlying East Tennessee area, who they had never had a black person at their school.
Oh.
And that seems so weird to me. Like, what are you talking about? They they went to like Powell School in Powell, Tennessee. So you're talking, I mean, it's only a community of like 1,000 people, and 0 of them were black.
There's a couple of them here in Bon Aqua, but as far as I know, I am the one and only Jew in Bon Aqua. I mean, I don't think they measure that, but I haven't
to anymore.
I have not come close to anyone else looking like me out here. That's for sure. But the other thing I'll say is no one ever seems to pay it any mind. That one dude at the DMV seemed to have a problem with it. For all I know, he didn't even know I was Jewish. He might just liked saying that word. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, then Rob Bernstein told his buddy, BK Chris, that they absolutely know I'm Jewish, that every single person here knows.
Oh, yeah.
And that BK Chris just is from Brooklyn, and so he sees Jews all the time, so he can't tell the difference.
Yeah. No, it's funny. Like, yeah, people up north are like, what are you talking about? But it's like, yeah, here there's just not very many Jewish people here. And it's like you look like you're from New York. Like you're from the big city.
This is true. So she's right. So me, with my limited cultural understanding as having been from the South and lived in the South basically my whole life, when I first saw you, my initial reaction was not he's Jewish. My initial reaction was he's from New York.
That's almost worse.
So what does that mean then? Is it because there's lots of Jews that live in New York? Or is it because I don't know.
I think a lot of the ways that Jews have been separated from other people that look a lot like them, it's really sort of a self-imposed thing. Like, I've always kind of been at odds with the fact that I'm Jewish because I kind of find the whole idea of it kind of disturbing. Like, oh, I'm better than you. I was chosen. My mother is a different religion than your mother, and so I'm. It's very, dare I say, Aryan race kind of vibes. And so. I don't know. I mean, I've never really held those views in very high regard.
I mean, I tell people I'm better than them all the time, but I'm not Jewish.
Yeah.
So,
well,
yeah.
I can't deny the fact that they do appear to be a very gifted group of people. I mean, on average, but what's that mean if it's all being used for evil anyway?
Boy, this is getting spicy. In here.
Just remember, I mean, the most important thing about being Jewish is that you're self-hating. So,
okay, all right. The music played again, and we did we get another donation? No, I already did that one because it was said keep talking. Yeah, sorry, we haven't gotten another donation, so we really got to wrap this up. But I got to ask, Andrew.
Yes.
Are you white?
It depends if you're in the north or the south.
Look at you.
If you're in New York, if you're anywhere above Indiana, frankly, you are told that you're white. But when I went to school in Indiana, I remember being explicitly told that I wasn't white and that I couldn't be. And I said, well, wait, what am I? And he said, you're Jewish. He looked at it like it was quite a bit different of a thing, but I think Ashkenazi Jews are just white.
Okay, so you're saying it's latitudinally based.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
The answer to the question is, but the the nature of the question also is different, I think, in the North and the South.
So yeah, but this, I feel like this is going to be confusing for our viewers. So you're saying that when you lived north of Indiana, you were Jewish, but now you are white. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, I mean, that's I kind of like that answer better, but no.
White now.
No, it's really just that like racist people seem to think that Jews aren't white. That's really all it is to it, I think.
Certainly.
But racist people exist in both North and the South, and they're just different kinds of racism. So I think that being called white in the North is just as much of an insult, as being called not Jewish might be in the South. I don't know. Like, being white's kind of a bad thing now in the North. I've seen that firsthand when I was like assaulted on the street in New York City by a random guy. And he told me, don't do it again. That was his only objection, but I have to imagine it was something about my appearance. I think he thought I was white, not Jewish. If I had to guess.
Okay. All right. Then since Andrew can't answer the goddamn question, I'm going to ask Camelia. Camelia.
I think I answered it well. Wow.
If you and Andrew have a child, is your child white or not?
Oh.
I think our child is white.
Definitely not Jewish. You would have to be Jewish for
I'm not. I'm a what's it called?
A Gentile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. So if the kid's half Jewish, it's not Jewish.
It has to be the mother's side. The mother has to be Jewish.
Oh.
And it seems to be true. The Hasidic people always knew I was Jewish. They would ask me, on the street for money and shit. And when I would say, nah, I'm not. I'm just Polish. I don't want to give you money. They would go, no. We know you're Jewish. And then I had a friend who was half Jewish, and it was his father who was Jewish. And they didn't do it to him.
Now, see, this is relevant though, because of course Anna Kay's Indian, right? And so she has darker skin. And if just like if a white person and a black person have a child, most people see the child as black. That's just culturally how it is. If the child is tan and has black features, they're going to say that kid's black. They're not going to say that kid's white. It's just how people are. So
Barack Obama.
Yeah, exactly. Barack Obama is, So anyway, so if me and Anna Kay have a kid, is the kid white or Indian? And I feel like most people, if they just saw the kid and didn't know anything about him, they would say, "Oh, that kid's Indian," right? They wouldn't say that kid's black. Well, actually, they would probably say the kid's black because people are fucking retards and they just think everyone's white or black. They don't. Actually, Anna Kay runs into people all the time that they think she's like black or Hispanic, and they're like, "Are those the only races to you people? Like, is everyone black, white, and Hispanic? Because those are the people." Yeah, those are the only people that exist on Earth. But it's a thing in races that have different skin tones and features that, if there's a mixed race child, then most people will lean towards one over the other. But for you people, and I put asterisks on you people, it's a matriarchal thing.
Yeah, that's the claim. Apparently, it's all bequeathed to you by the mother, so it doesn't really matter what the dad is.
Yeah, I'm destroying the bloodline.
Yeah, so Camelia's the one destroying the bloodline, but Andrew's the one who has
it's kind of my fault.
Yeah, he's lowered himself. Yeah.
I think the problem with the entire issue of it is that you're sort of asking your kids to be like demented and fucked up. If you like keep on inbreeding with other Jewish people, it's not going to end well for you eventually. There's a lot of problems with some of the Ashkenazi Jews in terms of health, and then you look at the Israelis and they're all beautiful and sexy. And you don't know what happened there, but they're the same blood as me, but they're completely different people.
Yeah. But if we saw the child of a dark black person and a white person, and they were brown, and you didn't know anything about the person or who their family was, you just saw them walking down the street, you would think that person is a black person. But how would they have any of that type of prior knowledge for your kid? if they just saw them walking down the street, how could they make that judgment?
The kid would have to have like the ringlet hair or some bullshit like that. Right? Like there'd have to be some other noticeable thing.
I just want to point out, by the way,
Ridiculous line of questioning.
I just want to point out, by the way, because Dan being himself, he's trying really hard to get banned in the chat, and he hasn't gotten zucked yet. So he's like, so he's talking about Jew froze over here in the chat.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out, if you'll take a close look, so Andrew, so I'm not Jewish. And the proof of this is that do I have thick curly hair? Yes. But if you look at Andrew has a fro. Yeah, like his hair's going to the roof. My hair's not a fro. My hair is curly and down, right? I mean I have it up in like a thing right now. But if I had my hair down, it would be down in locks. It wouldn't be foof. You know what I'm saying?
It is a difference, and sometimes it's a minor difference, but it's true. I don't know of any other groups of people who would be called Caucasian that have the specific kind of hair that my people do. But
no, Dan says Alan would have a Jew fro if he didn't oil it down. I actually don't use any type of hair product like that at all. This is what my hair looks like when I get out of the shower. I don't use any product. I'm not trying to hide some kind of heritage that you're prescribing to me. So
there used to be only one way to tell if you were dealing with a Jew, and you know what that meant. It meant checking, below the equator.
Yeah.
And even that now you can't do, because all sorts of people for some reason circumcise their kids, even though it's like retarded and crazy.
Yeah, everyone's just chopping their dicks off for no reason.
Yeah. Well, that's actually a whole other conversation. So we talk about dick rippers on this show a lot, which is another reason why I can't get a job anywhere. But that's my subtle, nonchalant way of saying trans people. I don't want to get in trouble for talking about trans people, so I just call them dick rippers. It's very subtle. You have to follow it.
I mean,
but now you'll know the next time I say it who I'm talking about.
That's not what I was talking about, though.
Yeah. No, but I'm making what you're saying about that because I'm trying to destroy you professionally. So what Camelia was saying, folks at home, I'm just kidding.
I'll beat her later. Don't worry.
Americans have banker envy, so all Americans are circumcised. I gotta shut down the chat. The chat's going places that I don't know. Yeah.
What envy?
Mewtwo Freighter says he's right. I have Jewish surname and nappy Eastern European hair, but my mom was pure Irish German, so I ain't Jewish. Well, how is she pure Irish and / German? You're either pure Irish or you're pure German.
Oh, you must be from Indiana, Michigan area at some point, right? Didn't a lot of Irish and German people all get together up there? No,
like
yeah,
like have an orgy or
they immigrated at the same time as each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan says pure Irish / German equals dead. Wow. Well, I mean,
it's an astute observation.
I didn't say we were going to have vax passes for the Irish Germans. I was just... No, so the Irish German guy grew up in New York City. Wow. So actually he's from where you're from, and he has the hair, but he just wants to be clear he's not Jewish. I did notice that part of the statement. Wow. I mean, I was joking at first, but I'm starting to notice a trend with my audience.
Well, I'll say this, though. When I lived in Miami, I did that for a few years. A lot of people down there with the generally same hair I have now used to confuse me for being French. So people would walk up to me on the street frequently and start just blathering to me in French. I would never understand it, but, one day someone told me, it's because they think you're from France. It's not because they're crazy. It's because you look like you might be from France. But I never saw myself as being French looking. That's crazy.
Do you take offense to that?
No. The French are hot. I'd love to be French.
So they're just hotties talking to you in French all day?
Yeah, okay, so Camelia, do you take offense to Andrew saying that about French people?
They are.
I mean, you were just giving him a look right then, so it looked like you were offended.
Huh? Oh no, just this whole
Yeah.
situation sounds hilarious. Like, are people just walking up to you, talking to you in French, and
Well,
they're hot, and it's Miami? And
yeah,
it's
well,
like,
everyone's hammered all the time down there, and so like I would frequently encounter this, and I think they were hammered too, and then I'd be like, I don't know what to do about this. I'm really drunk.
I feel like there was like a It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia or something where they like, no, yeah, it was that where Charlie pretended to speak Mandarin. You could have done that, something like that. Pretended to speak French back to them.
I have so much respect for the French. I could never do that.
Well, what's that then?
Liberté. They literally invented liberty, people. Come on.
Wow. Well, they really did a number on it, didn't they?
Yeah, well, yeah, their court system's all fucked up. That's true.
Oh my God, look at this. Just so you'll know I'm not joking. I just got an Amber Alert on my phone. Andrew, where have you been tonight?
I mean, this is just an AI-generated fake body here. I'm out committing crimes in New York still.
Yeah,
That's
I meant to ask you about that. So if that's a thing, can we start getting celebrities on this goddamn show?
They only like to do this though with people who like, they don't do it with celebrities. They do it with
because you have to have a lot of video, so it's usually like politicians.
Yeah. They can't use like films and TV shows and stuff because the video doesn't look realistic. News companies, they capture video. Yes, there's a lot of AOC porn out there. And it's because she's on a lot of broadcasts. It's not real.
Oh, no, it's not real. Ryan, can you check on that for us if you're still there in the chat? Don't post a link, just check it out. All right. Dan says, as someone who is 50% French, and now we know what Dan's problem is, who the fuck respects the French? Wow.
I mean, well, okay, fair enough. Like if it's like a choice between France and some other cool European country like Italy or something, I guess that would be tough. But anyone who's been to Paris knows it's a fucking awesome city, or it used to be before, I guess. The same thing that happened to New York happened. Yeah, I don't know. I ate a lot better in Paris than I ever did in New York.
Okay, so French people are white, but Jews are not white. I don't have a map. Is France latitudinally above Indiana?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, so then they're Jewish.
A different continent, though.
Oh. Okay. Adam says, if AOC isn't real, how can I date her? Well, no, she like the person's real.
She's real. Yeah.
She's real.
Yeah, but she's probably actually, by the way, not a Hispanic girl from the Bronx. She's probably a Jewish girl from Long Island, just by the way. Maybe she has some Hispanic blood in her, but she's obviously also Jewish. Like, I'm sorry.
Just like a scotch? I don't think you get a name like that by being Jewish, though.
There are a lot of Jews from that part of South and Central America. In fact, I have family there.
So that's why Hitler went there.
The guy is like a fucking millionaire. He like sells sinks and shit. He's like a sink guy. And I called him when I was in Ecuador. I was like, yo, I'm your second cousin. You want me up? He was like, nah, we're too busy. So I was just like, oh, okay. It's like a once in a lifetime opportunity. You go to Ecuador, and I couldn't meet him. Anyway, there's a lot of Jews in South America.
Huh. Okay. So there's this joke that I forget who the original comedian was that told it, but I had heard it then since told by Jerry Seinfeld that apparently it's jokes only for Jewish people, that Gentiles don't get the joke. It's like it's several parts, like it's basically several jokes all in one, and one of them is two Jewish people meet each other in the street. One says, "How's business?" and the other says, "Oh, it's fine."
I see. Okay. Yeah. They're always complaining, the Jews. Is that the joke?
Well, I think one of the other ones was, so same scenario. So a Jew goes into the tailor shop and says, how much for that jacket? And the guy says the price. He says, oh, that sounds like a good deal.
It's ridiculous.
This isn't me. I'm just repeating. And it was a Jew that told the jokes. This isn't me.
But these are Seinfeld jokes?
Like, so I heard them from Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh,
it was another
like
older
jokes also. Like, I just feel like it's just so funny. It's like I don't know.
I heard them from him because he was telling Norm Macdonald, these are jokes that only we get that you won't get. And then he told like 40 of these and Norm Macdonald just sat there staring at him like, but there was another guy there who was Jewish and he was just laughing and carrying on. They were having a good time. And that was the whole thing, is that Norm didn't get the joke, but they got the joke.
I don't know. I'm a little suspicious of this. Jews are always, they do shtick, right? That's like, that's a Yiddish word. They kind of wear it on their sleeve, right? Like, you look at the Three Stooges and stuff. Like, I don't know. Historically, Jews in comedy, they're very brash, I would say. Usually, it's not as nuanced as this stuff. I think someone's pulling your leg, man.
Seinfeld. He's pulling our collective legs with his comedy.
They're known to be a tricky people. This is true.
That's why I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but back to AOC. So, would you, and if yes, would you call her the next day?
I mean, hell, yeah, I would. Yeah. Would you?
We have this discussion a lot.
Okay, go on.
Huh?
Wait, hold on. All right, Camelia, go on.
I don't think that I could have sex with someone that I am that ideologically different from. And Andrew does not give a fuck, which is, I guess, like how like evolution works. So.
But like, not in a hateful manner.
Wait, is that question directed to me?
I mean, it's just for the room. If chat wants to chime in, I'm trying to get chat off of, everything else we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know, and I think this is like a woman thing. Like, I don't think women can like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's sexist, but I think.
You know what? I'd rather go for like Ilhan Omar, just to be honest, because like she's actually fucking treacherous. Like AOC's kind of like a joke.
But men can tolerate more shenanigans if they're hot than I think a woman could.
Adam Sakosan, very good point. He says this is problematic. This is true. It's been very problematic for the last 30, 45 minutes.
I just said I would not have sex with a Hispanic person, so I could have sex with a fucking. Where is she from?
But doesn't Ilhan Omar do her brother or something like that?
No, I think she saved her brother from. She got him into the country by marrying him, right?
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
No one knows if they boned.
Standard.
Yeah.
For marriage.
Yeah. So would you rather with somebody who you're ideologically very much opposed to, or someone that you know has committed incest? I really feel like we should save this for June 4th. That's a great one.
Yeah, it's not for the family.
We should wait till Juneteenth to really make it stick, I feel like.
Yeah. So I feel bad for Camelia because Andrew feels secure, and I've already given up on life. She's the only one still trying to make it, and this is the end.
It's true. My company is Storyboard. Try storyboard.com. I am definitely not cancelable because I am the CTO of the world's largest and most successful private podcasting service. And so if you need your words to be said and you don't want people listening in and you actually want to guarantee that no one can hear what the fuck you're saying, I'm your guy. So that's why I'm okay with that.
Daniel Stoner says, check PayPal and go back to the intro. Dan, I'm not seeing a notification, man.
That's a problem. Notification is what gives you the credibility, I think.
Wait, hold on. Jesus Christ. All right, hold on. Just give me just a second. All right. So Dan says, Camelia should bang AOC. Well, I think she just said that she
agree.
wouldn't. Hold on, let me ban the Russians from the YouTube chat really quick. All right, there we go. That's it. That's the whole comment. There's no other, like, there's no justification involved for Dan.
I appreciate his sentiments.
Yeah. Okay, so I gotta tell you, if I knew that they had been in an incestuous relationship, I mean it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
So-
it's obviously worse than not being ideologically aligned.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, so the question then becomes: would you rather have sex with a Nazi or like a Stalinist? Because my family, I had some family killed as in the Nazi concentration camps, and I had some family that was killed in the gulags in Russia. So, which is the worst one to get with in that circumstance?
I don't wanna.
I feel like that's a very personal question for you, but you're asking us.
Well, I mean, I never realized this was a thing to think about until right now.
All right. Well, okay. Dan says the answer is yes. But
They're both
Dan's
left wingers from our point of view. So,
but Dan is 50% French, so you have to kind of take that into consideration when he gives his answer. I mean, God, you know, because your immediate reaction is that if I feel inclined to one, then they're gonna attack me on the other. That's what's gonna happen. Like that's how the press would get you. Like if I come out and say, well, I guess I would, you know, fuck the Stalinist, and they're gonna say, oh, so you're a Nazi, huh?
yeah, I didn't see that coming.
So which one would you rather? Which one would be the worst one to be identified as, and that might make your decision. You see what I'm saying? Because it's kind of like a switcheroo type situation.
Whoever you have sex with is the one that you don't support. Is that, or that? No, it's the one you do support.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Well,
I don't know if we're going to be able to answer this question today. I have to give us more thought.
Yeah.
There was that book, that Sermacula book. That guy was French. You know, Sermacula, the thing that the Matrix was based on. I bet that guy would be able to answer that question better.
you know, I gotta tell you though, because the thing is that it, like if you look at modern politics, like there's a bunch of like blonde-haired, blue-eyed like goddesses that are all on like fucking Fox News. The Stalinists all have half-shaved heads with purple hair. They're about 400 pounds. You know, so all of a sudden it's like maybe I am a fascist.
I mean, you know, hey, there. I'll just say this, man. Those outfits, you know, the Hugo Boss shit. I don't know. I mean, they had an aesthetic.
I'm not trying to make a I'm not trying to make a positive argument for like, you know, MAGA or anything. I'm just saying that you go on social media and you would see like all like the SJWs who are saying, oh, you know, Tommy Lauren, she's a Nazi. They're like the next week they're on My 600-Pound Life. The people who say that, and then you look at Tommy Lauren and you're like, well, at least I know where my penis goes in that thing, versus the other one. So,
I hear what you're screaming.
yeah. I don't know what that has to do with AOC, but
Oh yeah, I guess she's an outlier in this.
Yeah.
Because really, you know, she's probably
she really is. I mean, that's why everyone's so obsessed with her. Probably.
She's the least objectionable of her clan of people, frankly. I mean, because she just says retarded stuff, but she doesn't. I don't know. She doesn't take too many positions that seem very threatening on their basis. Contrast that with like that crazy-looking one that's in the squad. You know, the one that has all the private security.
Oh. Yeah.
What the
Wait,
fuck
what?
is her problem?
So what if I spend $100,000 a year on security? We need to defund the police for you plebs. Which I mean, we should defund, but that's still...
yeah. See, that's how these fucking monsters get you, is that they do obnoxious shit like that, and you're like, well, fuck, we probably should defund the police, but not because of you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I was so happy when I started hearing people screaming outside my window in New York City, defund the police. I thought that sounded great. But then I thought about it for like a second, and I had to wonder who is saying that. And then I went, oh.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, I mean, you know, granted, at the start of MAGA, so that, you know, if you're thinking like 2016, but then like the pandemic starts like at, you know, the start of 2020. So the same people who wanted to defund the police now want you beaten to death because you don't have a vax card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they want all of our guns taken away.
It's like,
okay,
like that's
what,
like that's such a short period of time. That's what makes modern politics so interesting to me, is that, I mean, historically, decades or even centuries are not that long a time. But we're talking about literal, like, you know, there's a 16-month window between defund the police and kill that guy. He doesn't have the jab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Boy, we've covered a lot of ground tonight.
We did it.
I just, you know, I didn't mean to keep you guys this late, but we made 2/3 of the money we raised on tonight's stream just like in the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, why was that? Why could those people have
Because these fuckers know, because this is exactly what I was talking about earlier when I said you don't listen to them. I don't base any of my content based on what they think. This is exactly the problem. Because Andrew's over there thinking, no, man, you're gonna be a slave to your audience. So first of all, I mean, dollar bills, y'all. And second of all, you start doing what the audience wants, and look where we wound up. Look what happened.
Yeah.
Content is still king.
Yeah. Well, no, Dan. I'm just gonna make a rule that
just funded by Dan.
I like Dan's gusto.
No,
I appreciate.
No,
this.
I do love Dan, and I appreciate him a lot. And I am serious that, Dan, you should come on the Monday night community stream and talk to us about Northern racism versus Southern racism. I think that'd be a great topic for a white man to talk to another white man about. But with that said, I'm just going to say I'm playing the slow jazz one last time, and donations from Dan don't count. It has to be someone else, and we're going to get out of here. So anyway, I think if we could all agree on anything from tonight, it's that you got to take a win wherever you can get it.
Yeah.
But don't be looking to the Supreme Court to make your decisions for you. We already shared the links. We'll do it again. You go to musicforall.club and bonaqua.club to support the initiatives.
Then you'll be in 2 more clubs.
Dan says, don't disregard my channel comment. Okay, Dan, we saw it on screen, all right? Everyone can read it. Women are chattel. Who cares what they think politically? Jesus Christ.
Would you copy and paste that from 4chan? Like, I think I've literally read that exact sentence on 4chan.
Well, what's amazing though is that I told the audience, if you guys make a donation, you can put a note in there, and whatever it is, I'll read it. He didn't put that in there, but now he demands I read what he put on the screen. Yeah. No, we got it. It's just, you know, but some things are best left unsaid. Which is not something we do on this advice we take on this program very often, but you know.
Well, yeah, thanks very much for having us, man. This was a lot of fun, and the time just flew by. I hope it was somewhat entertaining for the other audience also watching, but I had a blast. Thank you.
Well, you know what the crazy ass thing always is because we've only been doing live streams now for like a few weeks, and every time that we like come prepared with like some pre-produced content, we'll have like, you know, whatever, 5 or 10 people happen to click on the link. And then when I feel like we've run out of stuff to do and it's time to wrap it up, we'll have like 40 people. And I'm like, where did y'all come from? We're done. We ran out of stuff. Y'all weren't even here when we did the stuff. And then they'll start. So the people who weren't here, who have no idea who you guys are, they don't even know who I am, much less who you guys are. They just clicked on the link and now they're like, here's $5, dance monkey. So, you know,
I offered to dance earlier, but no one took me up on
you're
it.
Jewish. You can't dance. Like,
That's a good point.
like
I mean, that would have been funny to see them.
stomping in a circle is not dancing. All right. Okay. All right. So, but if it's matriarchal, do you still have to like stomp on some glass if y'all get married? Like, is that?
Andrew won't marry me.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me switch. I'm just gonna cut y'all's feet. I didn't mean to dig up something that I didn't. Jesus Christ. I mean,
You know, it's it's an interesting thing because everybody will say, you know, your wife when they refer to Camelia, and that's nothing that ever happened to us in New York. And I think it's because they just need to believe that we are married. I think that's the way
Yeah.
it works.
I mean,
Right?
you don't want to burn in
I
hell,
accept
though, right?
that. Please believe. You know.
Yeah. See, like, okay, as someone who has lived in this part of the country my whole life, and when I was younger, I may have been like, I hate these Bible thumpers who are like, you know, just like think I'm gonna go to hell if I don't live the way they live. But my perspective has changed as I've gotten older. I realize now that while I may not agree with them or their tactics, they genuinely are trying to help you. Like, they're trying to save you. You know what I'm saying? Like they think hell is real and they don't want you to go there. And wouldn't you rather live next to someone who doesn't want you to burn in hell than someone who does?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we're here, man. Like, seriously, you know, the evidence is all around you that there's something to this. I agree. I mean, I'm an atheist and only Jewish begrudgingly. And
Jesus Christ.
I see a lot of value in these communities here that can only have come from organized religion. And it's humbled me a lot to make that discovery.
All right. Hold on a second. All right, so you're an atheist, huh? Well,
Yeah.
yeah. As soon as your neighbors find out about that, you're done, man. It's over.
It's probably a fair point. I mean, just like how I have a problem with a lot of people who serve in the military, right? But like, you know, I think that there's enough value carry over there for it to be okay. Like, it was a big thing to think about. Like, it wasn't ever that concerned that, like, you know, I'm not religious. It was always, the thinking was like, am I going to be able to put up with all the military shit? That's often been what's been a lot more on my mind. The religious people are A-okay with me.
Dan says, Alan figured out he loves brown girls. No, he loves hot brown girls. You got to be a little specific. You know what I'm saying?
That's not even that
Like,
specific.
Yeah. I mean, Camelia seems nice, but you know, she's white. So
You are definitely white.
yeah. So the military is bullshit, but I'll take my 10% discount at Home Depot for serving. Yeah, Dan's one of these types who's like, yeah, fuck the government, I hate the military. This motherfucker was in the military.
Well, I think that's a pretty common outcome, right? I have met a lot of veterans who definitely, you know, had to go through that process to really come to that realization.
But I respect that. But he was in the military, came to the realization, but he'll still take the discount with no shame.
If they had a discount for Jews, I guess I would take that too.
Well, yeah, imagine my fucking surprise that you would take a discount. Jesus Christ. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry. I think forgot to mute my mic right there. Yeah, so Draxtillion there in chat was also in the... I got a bunch of fucking ex-military people in my chat. Like...
No disrespect, simply that it's not the choice I would.
No,
have
it's
made,
no
so
tons of
often-
disrespect,
yeah.
tons.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I mean it. There's been times that I've been on the show or even been on other people's shows that I'll make a comment and then follow it with, I want you to interpret that as offensively as you can. So, yeah, and yeah, Draxtillion says, "Fuck yeah, I'll take the discount." No shame, these fucking people. You see that? No shame. And they're not even Jewish.
yeah, but we still have to end the Fed. No discounts.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to trade
Yeah.
without fractional reserves.
Yeah.
It's the wrong way to go.
I don't know if we... Andrew, I don't think we've got time to make this a Fed episode after 4.5 hours. I think...
It's been 4.5 hours?
Yeah.
We've been live on air for 4 hours, 26 minutes, and 3 seconds.
I don't think anything else has ever taken that much time away from me all at once. That's very impressive, Alan.
Yeah. No, I'm super good at that, but that's also why I can't get a job anywhere. I'm good at like coming into the workplace and then all that time goes by and you realize you have nothing to show for it. That's kind of like my thing.
Well, you have $34. Wait, you have $35.49. So
Is this true?
what?
This is true. I did make minimum wage tonight.
Good.
This is very true.
Not bad.
I'm glad at 36 years old I make minimum wage. They should raise that for me.
Andrew will send you an invoice for his appearance, and then it's going to be
Yeah.
it'll be a negative.
That's
No,
fine.
I'm not here. Remember, I'm going around on a crime spree somewhere. This is just a generated artificial body.
Well, that's not free.
Yeah. Adam Sakosin says, I blame Alan for me not getting anything done for the last week. Yeah, so these people, imagine, like, I've gotten nothing done. They paid me and got nothing done. They're net way out. God, who would even support just Jesus? I mean, lots of people support Jesus, but I mean, who would support, you know? I have fans who call me atheist Jesus. Yeah. But it's because it's because I'm an atheist and I have long hair. Like these are people who still think Jesus was white, you know, like yeah.
As opposed to
Oh yeah, I mean he was a terrorist, right?
I don't know what he would be if you're in Jerusalem but you're Jewish but you're not white. What are you?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard so many of these questions in my entire life.
Yeah, but he'd be a heretic though, right? If he was walking around saying that I'm the son of God and you should listen to me, I know everything. I mean, that's a heretic though, right?
Yeah,
I
guess so.
There's just this deer in the headlights look from Camelia.
What's God?
I have no idea.
All right, well, we didn't get any new donations during the song. We are actually ending it this time. I apologize. I mean, not to the audience. They knew what they was in store for, but I apologize to you guys for taking up your whole night and ruining your professional prospects.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us on.
It was a lot of fun, man.
We're all very excited for June 4th. I wanted a chance for you guys to be here just because I feel like there's some people that are like, no, the studio closed. I think Alan's not doing the show this year. And I said, no, there's some people that are going to host the show. And I think they thought I was lying. So this is proof they're actually there right now.
Well,
And-
our AI versions of ourselves is here, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is a real address, and if you type it into Google, it does look like just a little shack in a random field, but that's actually because that's what it is.
No, Dan, wait, hold on. This might be an old one. Yeah, I think I'm just now I'm getting updates for ones that I already saw. But no, Dan, that I already said Dan doesn't count anymore, so that doesn't. I'm sorry. Well, I definitely look forward to it. There's going to be people from all over the country that are going to be there. That I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, man.
So we'll continue to think on what exactly it is we're going to do in terms of a performance that night. Like I said, I've just mainly told people that I really don't feel like breaking down all of my shit and taking it out there. So it's like I don't think we're going to do an episode of It's Too Late, you know, like with the backdrop and all that stuff. I think we'll do something, but I think it's going to be like a one-off special, you know.
yeah. It's too late in the field.
Yeah. The 4th annual It's Too Late live show won't be an episode of It's Too Late. It'll be its own thing.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, man.
Are you, though?
We're like
I
building
am.
out this entire property just to satisfy this one event.
Yeah, it's all for you, Alan.
Yeah, it really is happening just because of you. So
All right.
we're really looking forward to it.
Last comment, and I'm cutting the stream. Draxtillion says, These people are fake. Alan is always lying. Well, we did talk earlier about how they make fucking fake people on the screen. So you have opened up your own doubt.
Everything is fake. Gay. You'll see what I mean.
Dan says you can move the backdrop, you fucking fabbit. He said fabbit because he's afraid of getting banned on Twitch, because Twitch is even worse than like Facebook. I think
it's run by a bunch of fabbits.
Yeah, a bunch of fabbits anyway. I mean, so the backdrop isn't big enough. Like, I'm not going to take a 12-foot backdrop for like a 20-foot stage. Like, there's not enough room to have the backdrop and like have guests beside me and stuff. So we're not going to worry about it. because right now this isn't a backdrop. I'm in my office. This is a city, and that's the window. So you're not going to be at the city. You're going to be in Bon Aqua. So the backdrop is going to be the beautiful landscape.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's a good plan.
Yeah.
Escape the big city for Bon Aqua.
Dan says it censored the real word. Do I have censors turned on my channel? No. But I
bet you it's just enabled.
Like a bit of a troublemaker.
I appreciate that you tried to say the real word, but failed. Like, at least you tried to say it. But this goes back to what I was talking about earlier, is that we've said a lot of things on this stream. And I can tell you right now, like, look, we can go over here. We can look at the dashboard. We're still online on every platform. Look at that.
Take that, Jeff Bezos.
Yeah. So, he said, I said fag-ot, and it canceled me. I'm sorry, buddy. We've all been there. All right.
Dan, if you're going to be coming to this thing, let's definitely get a drink when you're here.
Yeah, Dan, are you coming?
The answer's like he's like 12. I don't know.
Yeah. Dan, I'm gonna leave the stream on long enough for Dan to answer. Dan, are you coming? Andrew and Camelia are great. I would be under an overpass in Orlando right now if it wasn't, because I mean, Anna Kay wasn't gonna come get me. Are you kidding me? Yeah, she'd written me off. He says I'll probably be there. We only got a probably, you guys.
Well, we have a while. We have a few months to change our mind, so
we'll work on it.
Keep hyping it up.
Yeah, like 4 months and some change until the big thing. So I actually had told everybody we weren't even going to start like really hardcore promoting it until probably about February 1st, first week of February. Just because I'm trying to find that area of, you don't want to wait too late and people have already made plans. You don't want to go too early and people just, you know, like people are still like having the holiday hangover. You can't be shoving something else down their throat right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, if I've accomplished anything tonight, it's that Andrew and Camelia know we're definitely never going to do a podcast again. So, guys,
man.
He says, I hate Alan, but I love triggering Facebook. Yeah. Most of that number right there is all from Dan because he just wanted to trigger Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah. Good going, guy.
All right. I appreciate it. It was fun.
Thanks, Alan. It was fun.
I'm gonna hit this little bumper thing and then go back to the logo and then just click stop stream, because you know it's gotta be packaged. It's gotta have a beginning, middle, and end. I swear to God, It's Too Late's way better than this. Like when we right? Like when we do the actual show, it's not 4.5 hours of ethnic slurs. It's like it's an actual 1 hour show, right? Okay.
It's a tight hour too, man.
I mean, we fucking try. You know. We were a little loose over the holidays, I'll fully admit. But then again, we didn't care. So. All right.